Listen, guys. I'm late. I know I'm late. I'm a lot later than I expected to be. My sleep schedule is still fucked. I want to get up at like 2 p.m. feel like 2 p.m. So it's a reasonable time to get up. And I haven't been able to do it. I'm getting up at like 5 p.m. And then I want to like make shorts and do shit when I get up before I stream. I haven't even done that. Like I don't even know what I've done today. I uploaded the one VOD from yesterday. I did that. And then I finally set up my podcast to be on Spotify and not just YouTube. It's on Spotify too as well now. I couldn't find a free like RSS thing. I wanted, because I know there's a way to with RSS feeds to automatically upload your podcast to like every single platform, but I couldn't figure out a way to do it without paying, and I don't want to pay. I don't have money to pay these people. Yeah. That's why I'm late. I didn't even make shorts today. I was supposed to make shorts. I guess I'll have to make shorts tomorrow. I have to get up at 2 p.m. tomorrow. I have to fix it. I don't know how it's so broken. I do know how it's so broken. It's because of my rampant caffeine addiction. I gotta watch this as well. We have to watch this. I gotta take some notes on this. I've seen some interesting stuff on NGDP targeting. Speaking of NGDP targeting, I made a short about it, right? God damn, I still don't understand why TikTok is just broken. I made a new account, and it's not boosting it like it's supposed to boost. It's supposed to boost new accounts. It's supposed to, when you make a new account, TikTok's supposed to give you free views for no reason. It's just not doing that. I don't know why it's not doing that. I don't understand. I don't get it. It should be doing that, but it's just not. Then 2 videos, man. Listen. TikTok. I used to upload videos to TikTok. Then we get 700 views within 5 seconds. Okay. I uploaded these 2 videos. Still not getting. I don't get it. It's a new channel. They're supposed to boost new channels. That's how TikTok's supposed to work. It's supposed to give you free views. I don't understand. I get it. I'm live up 101 right now. This better give me fucking views. Look, here's this one. But 2 is nothing, bro. This sucks. It's supposed to give me free views. TikTok's supposed to give you free views no matter what. I have so many videos I can make. But I don't want to just upload all. You know what I'm worried about? If I upload like all of them now, I'm worried that like one of them would get views, and my TikTok channel will start getting traction, and then all the videos I uploaded before will stay at 0 views, and now I can't upload them. Also, TikTok is the worst platform ever made. I don't even know. I shouldn't even bothering with it. Do you see this shit? How hashtag is fucked? News. I don't understand. It sucks. TikTok sucks. For You page. That little stupid face thing. And when I go on hashtag. Listen, I love tag spamming. Okay, fuck it. I guess those hashtags just aren't gonna work, because who would want them to work? Why would I want them? Why would I want them to work? Why would I want that? What am I, stupid? Story hashtag For You page gives you the hold on, can I do a slash title yet, or is it still broken? Or exclamation point title. Yo, wait. Kyle, see if you can do exclamation point title. You're not trying to, you must be typing out a real funny title. The stream title's been updated. Tesla stream board meeting with Elon Musk. Hashtag Bitcoin. Hashtag Ethereum. Hashtag Dogecoin. Thank you, Kyle. I don't know how accurate of a title that is. See, that's not quite what we're doing right now. It's just not built for title baiting. I don't know how much I want to title bait people into my Twitch live stream. I don't know how well that works. Stupid. Also, TikTok doesn't even have live analytics, which is dumb. Okay, so I think I might update the title back to what it was, back to its more accurate title. Okay. Did I already? Okay, hold on. We need to go through the Gaza death numbers at some point and see if they. Oh, we already took notes on that one. See if the criticisms are valid or not, because I don't understand them still. Do I have my music going? I do have my music going. Okay. Israel's created a new standard for urban warfare. Why? What are you using for the music? I just have a I just have an MP3 that I dragged into OBS. Why will no one admit it? I keep forgetting to mute it too, like when we watch videos, I just totally forget to mute it and it's just playing in the background. But, you know, that's fine. The Israeli Defense Force conducted an operation at El Shifa hospital in the Gaza Strip to root out Hamas terrorists recently. Once again, taking unique precautions as it entered the facility to protect the innocent, Israeli media reported that the doctors accompanied the forces to help Palestinian patients if needed. They were reported to be carrying food, water, medical supplies for the civilians inside. None of the... We did also... I don't know, we might need to look into this. Mass grave. Hell, Shifa. There was this. Oh, thank God it's blurred, but yeah. So some of them, I think, were patients. Which how they died, I don't think we know yet. Where's the one with the cast? There was one with a cast. Yeah, cast around his leg. None of this meant anything to Israel's critics, of course, who immediately pounced. The critics, as usual, didn't call out Hamas for using protected facilities like hospitals for its military activity, nor did they mention the efforts of the IDF to minimize civilian casualties. This is in 2014. Terrorisminfo.org. I might check that out too. Nor did they mention the efforts of the IDF to minimize civilian casualties. In their criticism, Israel's opponents are erasing a remarkable, historic new standard Israel set. In my long career studying and advising on urban warfare for the U.S. military, I've never known an army to take such measures to avoid the enemy's civilian population. Those are fake bodies planted by Tesla. Testing the new Tesla bots that will drive Cybertrucks to Iran for revenge. That is true. Thank you, never forget, brother. Thank you. Especially while simultaneously combating the enemy in the very same building. In fact, by my analysis, Israel's implemented more precautions to prevent civilian harm than any military in history, above and beyond what international law requires, and more than the US did in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Here's even more article. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Oh, this one's short. No, it's not. We'll get to that. And then I need to make a new page. Where's the empty page? Whatever. What's Hamas? Use protected sites. Well, I guess for military purposes. What's an emoji that goes with this? Why did autofill basketball? Can we get some emojis in the chat for what could go here? Oh. Let me guess. You support Hamas, eh? Thanks for your... How is that what you're guessing from this? You support Hamas. Thank you for your service, 07, brother. True. So, why did I... True. Who's this? Who's this? John Spencer. 25 years in infantry soldier, 2 tours in Iraq. Military for, what do you say, 20 years, something? He doesn't mention it. Studying, advising the U.S. in warfare, or urban warfare. U.S. military. And claims Israel takes. I'm going to do an experiment. I will add everyone. Publish this and see how many people we get. Israel takes more measures to minimize the number of civilian casualties than any other army. It goes above what international law requires. The international community, and increasingly the United States, Fallout 3. I bought Fallout 3. We're gonna, after we're done reading some articles, I'm gonna play it while I react to stuff. The international community, and increasingly the United States, rarely acknowledge these measures while repeatedly excavating the IDF for not doing enough to protect civilians, even as it confronts a ruthless terror organization holding its citizens hostage. Instead, the US and its allies... Jesus, okay, what's going on over there is exactly what happened in Passion of the Christ, directed by Mel Gibson. Just wait for the sequel. True. It should be blah, blah, blah. Instead, the US and allies should be studying how they can apply the IDF tactics for protecting civilians, despite the fact that these militaries would almost certainly be extremely reluctant to employ these techniques because of how it would disadvantage them in any fight with an urban terrorist army like Hamas. The predominant Western theory of executing war is called maneuver warfare seeks to shatter an enemy morally and physically with surprising, overwhelming force and speed at the political and military centers of gravity so that the enemy is destroyed or surrenders quickly. This was the case in the invasion of Panama in 1989, Afghanistan in 2001, Iraq in 2003, and the failed illegal attempts by Russia to take Ukraine in 2022. In all these cases, no warning or time was given to evacuate cities. Most modern states execute what is called maneuver warfare. Which seeks to shatter an enemy morally and physically with surprising, overwhelming force and speed. Destroy enemies morally and physically with overwhelming force and speed. This was because invasions of Panama, blah, 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 blah. Failed legal attempts by Russia. This is how wars were conducted. The U.S. invasion of Panama. But that was so worth it, though, because we got Just Cause, which is a super cool video game. Afghanistan and Iraq. And as well as Russia's attempt to take Ukraine. In all such cases, no warnings or time was provided to evacuate cities. In many ways, Israel has had to abandon this established playbook in order to prevent Jesus fucking Christ. We're reading that one again, chat. Okay. In many ways, Israel has had to abandon this established playbook in order to prevent civilian harm. The IDF has telegraphed almost every move ahead of time so civilians can relocate, nearly always ceding the element of surprise. This has allowed Hamas to reposition its senior leaders and Israeli hostages as needed through the dense urban terrain of Gaza and the missiles and the miles of underground tunnels it's built. The IDF has provided advanced warnings. Almost all its attacks hold on a minute. What? When Abu Ghraib trials begin? What? I just got a notification for this. Why are we only just now getting around to this? What the fuck? A civil trial. Oh, it's a civil trial. I'd send Trump in, let him slit around like a snake in a den of baby rats, picking up terrorists like they have hush money documents. True. A civil trial against a U.S. defense contractor accused of engaging and directing abuse of Abu Ghraib president in Iraq began on Monday. So it's a civil trial. Okay. Trial started with testimony from one of the Iraqi men who said he was beaten, interrogated, and left bound naked for hours at the infamous site. The proceedings marked the first time these Abu Ghraib survivors are able to bring claims of torture to a U.S. jury. Didn't we... do we ever actually punish the people who did it? Like, criminally, not just civilly, not in this new civil case? This is all the new shit. I don't need the new shit. Hold on. To like March 1st. Go. 2018 ruled the district pointed out that the treatment alleged by the men at Abu Ghraib constituted torture, war crimes, cruel, inhumane. Okay. How did it take out in 2018? Oh, okay. Was anyone punished for Abu Ghraib? 11 soldiers were eventually convicted. This guy, one of the soldiers who, this guy says abused him, was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Okay. So he did punish at least some of them. We didn't give them financial compensation. Can they sue? Can they? Okay. I don't know how the fucking law works. Are you allowed to, like, sue the US government in, like, a civil trial? Because you can, like, sue someone who's wronged you in a civil trial for monetary compensation. Are you allowed to do that with the US government as well? As we can look it up. Can you sue US government for monetary compensation? You don't have to sue until agency rules in your claim. When we file a lawsuit in federal courts to pursue money damages from the government. But this is under negligence. Can you sue the government? You can sue the government when the government has consented you to making a claim. Okay, whatever. We'll go ahead. I'm gonna assume that you have to be able to do it somehow. Although arguably the crimes happened in Iraq, so I don't know how shit works when the crime didn't happen in U.S. territory. Okay. IDF is okay. IDF has given an advance warning for almost all of its attacks. Seeding the element. Surprised and allowing. Jesus fucking Christ! I need a haircut. Allowing Hamas to use its network of tunnels to reposition its leaders and Israeli hostages. Hamas fighters who, unlike the IDF, don't wear uniforms, have also taken the opportunity to blend in civilian populations as they evacuate. Oh my god. Hold on. I mean, if they're injured, who gives a fuck if they're sneaking out injured soldiers? If it wasn't... If they're injured, they're not... Who gives a fuck? You can't attack injured people anyway, right? I don't know. Well, I do know. You can't attack it. You can't attack people horse to combat. Yeah. The net effect is that Hamas succeeds in its strategy of creating Palestinian suffering and images of destruction to build international pressure on Israel to stop its operations, therefore ensuring Hamas's survival. Israel gave grave warning, in some cases for weeks, for civilians to evacuate the major urban areas in northern Gaza before it launches ground invasion in the fall. Yeah. Example. Israel issued its warning to evacuate northern Gaza on October 13th, right? And then they didn't invade until the 31st. When did Israel invade Gaza? Didn't invade till the 27th. I feel like that might have been their former warning, but I feel like they dropped leaflets on October 21st. I feel like literally day one, like after the October 7th attacks, I don't think they issued a formal warning, but I did think they said like, hey, this is gonna warrant a military response. You might want to get the fuck out. I don't know. Regardless. The IF reported dropping over 7 million flyers, but it also deployed technologies never used anywhere before in the world, as I witnessed firsthand on a recent trip to Israel and southern Gaza. Israel's made over 70,000 direct phone calls. Hold on. I feel like definitely read a similar article. Israel reported dropping over 7 million 7 million flyers. Gave 70,000 direct phone calls. They've been warning people to get out since Jesus was nailed to the cross. True. $13 million text messages. $15 million pre-recorded voicemails. We don't really watch it. Where they should go and what route they should take. They developed drones with speakers and dropped giant speakers by parachute to begin broadcasting civilians to leave combat areas. I haven't heard this. That's awesome. They developed drones with speakers and dropped giant speakers by parachute. Hold on. IDF sent drones with speakers threatening civilians not to resist in any way. I do not trust this translation. Maybe it's accurate, but like, Jesus fucking Christ. Boring dystopia. The IDF. Jesus, every like super left-wing subreddit has just gotten unhinged. Speakers played the purge sound. Wasn't enough. Not true. If we must, we'll kill them. Even if this translation is accurate, like what is that really threatening civilians? We advise you to take caution and take care of your kids. And I guess like if anyone thinks of doing anything, we will get them. I mean that's it's a little ominous or whatever, but like, is it really all that bad, guys? This is straight up a cyberpunk dystopia. How is this the only video we have of it? Okay. Probably is what it's saying. Israel also use drones, speakers attached. Then there was also Israel, I guess, parachute speakers. You know what's really fucking annoying about Israel, okay? It's since they're a fucking bullshit-ass conscript army, and their soldiers are fucking poorly trained, and they don't have proper, because their military is so fucked and does fucked up things sometimes, they can't post a lot of the shit. Because they do fucked up things. So, like, if they IDF all had body cams, we'd have videos of fucking IDF people shooting people for no reason. Because they do that sometimes. Because they're fucking bullshit-ass IDF soldiers. It's like... So, like, we don't... like, Israel should have videos of them parachuting speakers down. And, like, the speakers giving out warnings. But instead, all we have is these bullshit videos recorded from, like, Gazan civilians. It's like... Yeah. You should have sent the parachute speakers to that Israel festival where they were rolling too hard to hear the bass drop. True. Parachuted speakers into northern Gaza. Civilians too. I don't know. We should, Jesus fucking Christ, Israel should just give all his fucking soldiers body cams, okay? That's what they need to fucking do. Yeah. Problem is, again, the problem would be we would have videos of the flower massacre, and it would be like those videos of like cops when they hear an acorn. that's what I imagine the IDF is, okay? Is they're just like those cops that hear an acorn drop and unload 2 mags into a car. We'd have so many videos like that Hamas would win the propaganda war so easily, because every one of those videos like that, people would just be like genocide, 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 genocide. Even if it doesn't meet the definition of genocide. It's just, yeah. They announced and conducted daily pauses of all operations to allow any civilians left in combat areas to evacuate. Daily pauses in fighting. I need to start. I kind of have this in my opening a bit, but I need to start like At one point, I need to just like collect all these notes into one, or summarize some of these notes in like one page where I just go through like all my specific points. Yeah. These measures were effective. Israel was able to evacuate upwards of 85% of the urban areas in northern Gaza before the heaviest fighting began. This is actually consistent with my research on urban warfare history that shows that no matter the effort, about 10% of the population stay. Oh, shit. Jesus. I fucking hate... I need to... Dude. I hate that there's so many sites. Amazon and eBay are really the only two. That if you click on a link, it'll fucking just dox you because it just has your zip code in the top right corner. And it's like, I don't... It's fucked, okay? I need to fix that. But I don't want to... I stream so much, I don't want to just like sign out of Amazon. It's annoying. As the war raised on, Israel began giving out its military maps to civilians so they can conduct localized evacuations. This too has never been done before in war. Israel's military publishes map of Gaza's evacuation zones. The gun and boy swarm. I mean, it's just my zip code, so you can't actually like. I mean, you can get my vague location, but it's like you can't actually I don't know. Like, what are you gonna do? Also published. Who published a map of what are called evacuation zones? Israel accused Hamas of violating truths. Blah blah blah. This map created by the IDF, which is labeled in Arabic and zoomable on a military website. Who's this? Who did you add? You added some random person who's never chatted here. Oh, 7, brother. Evacuation zones. Allow for localized evacuations. You kids and you're still at a war. They're off already. So true. During my recent visit to Khan Yunis, Gaza, the IDF Civilian Harm Mitigation Unit in southern Israel, I observed that the army began using these maps to communicate each day where the IDF would be operating, so civilians in other areas would stay out of harm's way. Hold on, this is like a... Army began using maps to communicate each day where the IDF would be operating. Civilians in other areas would stay out of harm's way. Saw the IDF even track the population in real time down to a few block radius using drone and satellite imagery and cell phone presence and building damage assessments to avoid hitting civilians. Oh, that's another thing. The IDF has a heat map of Gazan civilians facing their cell phones. Also used satellite imagery, drone imagery. Oh my god. Cell phone heat maps to determine the location of Gazan civilians. The New York Times reported in January that the daily civilian death toll had more than halved in the previous month and was down almost 2/3 from its peak. Well, I mean, I would kind of... guess that just happened just because the initial stage of the war is going to be more intense regardless, right? New York. New York Times reported it's down half or whatever. The daily civilian death toll had more than halved in the previous months and it was down almost 2/3 from its peak. Daily deaths. Anyways, decline. So it's almost halved. Let's peak. Of course, the true number of Gazan civilian deaths is unknown. The current Hamas supplied estimate at 31,000 does not acknowledge a single combatant death. No wars usually get worse as they continue. Name one war that got better as it went on. I just mean... I guess it said Israel doesn't use that strategy. What do you mean get better as it... Like, the war in Ukraine has basically evolved into a stalemate. During the beginning of the Ukraine war, Russia launched a massive attack on Ukraine. It's fucking shelling half the cities in Ukraine. Its convoys were nearing Kiev, right? And now the war has kind of evolved to like a stalemate. So I would expect that in the beginning phases of like the Ukraine war, there's a big like spike in the daily deaths, and then it's probably gone down as the war has basically become a stalemate. I would expect something similar that happened in like Gaza. Because yeah, I would expect the daily deaths to peak as like Israel first began fighting in Gaza. But now that Israel is occupying a lot of Gaza, I would expect the daily deaths to be lower because there's a lot less like fighting. Hold on, Josh has sent me this. I asked him where I can live in 35 cents a day. Because that's how much I get with my Twitch ad revenue. Hell yeah. I could live in videos, biggest homes. Day one combat videos coming out of Ukraine were mediocre. Now we see drones hunting soldiers like alien facehuggers. But I mean, okay, I would guess if we just looked up daily deaths Ukraine war graph, it's probably a lot higher at the beginning than it is now. Yeah, it's this is monthly, but you can see in the first month was a lot, and it's kind of gone down and it's kind of stabilized. This is cumulative, so See, big spike in the beginning, and it kind of. Okay, where were we? One graph is up and the other is down. Just like the stock market. Thank you, bro. The reason why the one graph is up is because it's cumulative. Do you understand the difference between monthly and cumulative? This is all of them together, okay? So this bar here is all of these bars combined plus whatever deaths happened on this day or this month. This is the monthly deaths. So this is how many people died in February. This is how many died in March. This is how many died in April. This adds all of them together. It's cumulative. Predominant Western theory of executing... Oh, we're way past that. Okay. No warning deaths due to misfire, rockets, friendly fire. The IDF estimates it has killed about 13,000 Hamas operatives, a number I believe credible, partly because I believe the armed forces of a democratic American ally over a terrorist regime, but because of the size of Hamas fighters assigned to the areas that were cleared and having observed the weapons used, the state had Hamas tunnels in other aspects of combat. That means some 18,000 civilians have died in Gaza, a ratio of roughly 1 combatant to 1.5 civilians. Given Hamas's likely inflation and death count, the real figure could be closer to 1 to 1. Either way, the number would be historically low for modern urban warfare. So what's the new death number at? Let me dead Gaza. 30. This is still... $30,000 is the most recent number, right? Because the new number is like 40,000. 40,000. 33,000. What is this? April 15th. Oh, okay. Well, this is that still could be higher than reported. Oh, hold on. You guys don't have audio. Well, we don't need to watch it. It doesn't matter. Okay. We have the Hamas numbers right here, which there are no reasons to doubt. Well, I don't like saying Hamas. Gaza and Health Ministry. Claims 31,000 people have died. Now 33,000. Okay. The IDF estimates it has killed around 13,000 Hamas fighters. Number I believe credible. He went over that. Okay. There means some 18,000 civilians have died in Gaza. Roughly a ratio of 1 combatant to 1.5 civilians. Which is roughly a ratio of 1.5 or 1 combatant to 1.5 civilians. Given Hamas's likely inflation and death count, is this this is a tablet article, yeah. Which I think we have probably in this. We don't do this. I remember not liking this. Given Hamas's likely inflation and death count, the real figure would be closer to 1-1. Either way, the number would be historically low for urban warfare. The UN, the EU, and other sources estimate that civilian casualties usually count for 80 to 90% of casualties, or 1-to-9 ratio in modern war. The 2016 and 2017 Battle of Mosul, a battle supervised by the US, that used the world's most powerful air power resources. Some 100,000 civilians were killed to roughly 4,000 ISIS terrorists. Jesus, man. I've heard a lot of comparisons to the Battle of Mosul. This would be historically low for a modern war. The EU and US estimate that roughly 80 to 90% of deaths were civilian in 1-to-9 ratio. Civilian in modern wars. (2016 to 2017) Battle of Mosul. Roughly 100k civilians died. Compared to 400, was it 4,000? 4,000 ISIS fighters. Wow. What the heck? Dude, these are awesome. More than nice fighters, and yet analysts who should know better are still engaging in condemning and condemnation of the idea based on a level of destruction that still occurred. Destruction that is unavoidable. Oh, and I forgot I was going to look this up. Mosul population density. I would assume it's lower than Gaza. Mosul is also less dense than Gaza. ISIS had no tunnels underneath Mosul, which required the big American buster bunkers. Mosul is a much larger area than the Gaza Strip. Mosul population density is much lower. I just want the number. Why didn't it just give me the population density? Shouldn't be that hard. Okay, Google Gemini. Come on, Google Gemini. I believe in you. This is something you should be. Oh my god, fuck you, Google Gemini. I don't. How's there not? Okay, fuck it. Also, it's also likely less dense than Gaza. This is effects-based condemnation or criticism is not how the law works, or violations determined. These and other analyses say destruction and civilian casualties must either stop or be avoided in an alternate form of warfare. Ironically, the careful approach Israel has taken may actually have led to more destruction since the IDF giving warnings and conducting evacuations helped Hamas survive. It ultimately prolongs the war and its devastation. Israel has not created a gold standard in civilian harm mitigation. That implies there is a standard of civilian casualties that is acceptable and not acceptable, that zero civilian deaths is remotely possible, and that should be the goal. That there is a set civilian to combat ratio in war, no matter the context or tactics of the enemy. But all available evidence shows that Israel has followed the laws of war, legal obligations, best practices in civilian harm mitigation, and still found ways to reduce civilian casualties to historically low levels. Those calling for Israel to find an alternative to lower civilian casualties, like zero, should be honest that this alternative would leave the Israeli hostages in captivity and allow Hamas to survive the war. The alternative to a nation's survival cannot be a path to extinction. True base. I love how bro keeps linking to his own shit. Oh wait, no way. This guy's he's at West Point, which has all the fucking articles that we read. Gold standard or fool's gold? All evidence shows Israel's warnings are the best in the world. Go above and beyond. My cat really wants food. Above and beyond what is required by international law. Okay. Wasn't there another thing in here? Oh, this, yeah. Okay, we'll read this and then get into the other stuff. Look at this guy. He wants food, but I know he has food upstairs. He just wants me to watch me fucking eat. He's staring at his empty food bowl down here, but I know he has food upstairs. You don't need me to watch you eat. No, you don't. You don't need me to. You're a big boy. Okay. That's a fucking fat ass. He just laid down. He's unbelievably fat. I mean, nuh-uh. Mm-mm. No military fighting. An entrenched enemy and dense, or I should probably read the title first. Israel implemented more measures to prevent civilian casualties than any other nation in history. The same guy. Yeah. No military fighting in a entrenched enemy in dense urban terrain in an area barely twice the size of Washington, D.C. can avoid all civilian casualties. Reports of over 25,000 Palestinians killed, be they civilians or Hamas, have made headlines. But Israel has taken more measures to avoid needless civilian harm than virtually any other nation that's fought in an urban war. In fact, as someone who served 2 tours in Iraq and studied urban warfare for over a decade, Israel has taken precautionary measures even the United States did not do in its recent wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. I say this not to put Israel on a pedestal. Israel on a pedestal. John Spencer lost his partnership with Newsweek and moved to YouTube. Did he? That wouldn't surprise me. What was it for? Doesn't he still work with the West Point thing though? He's a retired colonel. I know. He still does the shit with West Point. Modern War Institute. I feel like when we read stuff from here, I think. Audi went to YouTube. He did publish an article. I mean, John Spencer lost Newsweek. I don't think he did. I don't see anything on here. U.S. to impose these sanctions on Iran in the coming days. Oh no. Daily reminder: Hezbollah continues to attack Israel almost every day since October 8th. Okay. State is not to put Israel on a pedestal or to diminish the human suffering of Gazans, but rather to correct a number of misconceptions when it comes to urban warfare. First is the use of precision-guided munitions. This term was introduced to non-military audiences during the Gulf War, when 250,000 individual bombs and missiles, U.S. fired 250,000 individual bombs and missiles in just 43 days. Only a small fraction of those would fit the definition of PGMs, even though common perceptions of war and comparatively low civilian casualties rate was that it was a war of precision. Let's compare that, which should not ignite anywhere near the same level of outrage internationally, to Israel's current war in Gaza. The Israeli Defense Force has used many types of precision-guided missiles to avoid civilian harm, including those munitions of smaller diameter bombs, as well as technologies and tactics that increase the accuracy of non-precision guided missiles. Israel's also employed a tactic where military has air supremacy called dive bombing, as well as gathering pre-strike intelligence on the presence of civilians from satellite imagery, scans of cell phone presence, and other target observation techniques. All this is to do more pinpoint targeted to avoid civilian deaths. In other words, the simplistic notion that a military must use more PGMs versus non-PGMs in a war is false. That's another thing. When people say dumb bombs, again, Israel has total air supremacy because Hamas doesn't have an air force. Yeah. So Israel can get away with using dumb bombs a lot more because they are able to aim them pretty effectively. There is one diameter bombs. What are those? 250 pound. But what about their 2,000 pound bombs, man? Israel, I guess, I don't know, uses its total air superiority to minimize casualties. Israel dropped 29,000. That's a big number there. I'm assuming you meant 29,000. 2,000 pound bombs to kill a rebel group of 35,000 people. My understanding is that those 2,000 pound bombs are bunker busting bombs they have to use because Hamas hides in tunnel. MK-84. General purpose bomb. Development and use. Deployment awards. Did no one hear about C4? I haven't heard about C4. What do you mean? Close up tunnel? The problem is that would, I mean, Israel, it seems like Israel tries to do that when they can. Number one, like Israel has been flooding the tunnels. Israel has been blowing up the tunnels when they can. Like blowing up the tunnels with explosive within the tunnels. We can watch the videos of that if you want to. Yeah. Look, Israel literally does what you're talking about when they can. Like this isn't a 2,000 pound bomb. So they have the ability, they just mostly choose not to. So the thing is, Israel can value, this is just something that happens under international law. This is proportionality. Israel can value its own force protection when it comes to proportionality analyses. So there are some cases where there's a Hamas tunnel that Israel needs to blow up for whatever military operation, and it's not possible for them to send in people, like real people, without suffering heavy casualties or whatever. So in those cases, Israel will use bunker busting bombs. Why would it not be possible? Because Hamas is there. What do you mean? Because it's a war. Because the enemy combatants are there. The enemy combatants would not like Israel walking into their tunnel and blowing it up. So Israel uses its air superiority to do airstrikes on a tunnel instead. Hamas is a bunch of guys with bottle rockets. Hamas still has weapons. I don't... You think... I don't understand the point you're arguing here. It is just true. It is easier to airstrike a tunnel than it is to go in there with like special forces or whatever and blow it up. That's just true. The IDF has massively outgrown Hamas. I would obviously, yeah. On both the ground and the air. Well, Hamas doesn't even have an air force, yeah. But it's just easier to airstrike a tunnel than it is to go in there with like ground troops. So obviously Israel, in some cases, is going to have to airstrike it because it just wouldn't be possible to go in there troops on the ground without suffering like heavy casualties. Well, yeah, it's easier, but civilians are important. Civilians are important, which is why we have a concept called proportionality. Okay, so the direct concrete military gain has to be it's about weighing the direct and concrete military gain versus the expected damage to civilian harm and civilian objects. So if Israel determines that its direct and concrete military gain from blowing up a tunnel with an airstrike, they're allowed to weigh, well, number one, blowing up the tunnel itself is a direct and concrete military gain. Number two, their own what's called force protection, the fact that none of their soldiers' lives are endangered when they blow up the tunnel. There ain't much military gain. All hostages are dead. What is gained? The fact that they're getting rid of Hamas. That is what's gained. First of all, even if we say all the hostages are dead now, there definitely was a time where not all hostages were dead, okay? So, and there's still a military gain because they're getting rid of Hamas. They're killing Hamas militants. They're in a war with Hamas. Their goal is to get rid of Hamas. So any action that kills Hamas is a direct and concrete military gain. How do you know they're getting rid of Hamas? What do you mean? Because that seems like that's their stated goal in the war. It seems like their actions mostly align with it. Seems like they're blowing up Hamas tunnels. Seems like they're flooding Hamas tunnels. So it's cool to kill 100 people to get rid of one Hamas. So the ratio is more like 1 to 1 or maybe 1 to 2 because it's easier. Again, Israel can value its own force protection. There are cases. This is just how proportionality works. That the specific example you gave, 100 people to one Hamas, probably not proportional. No, in that case, it probably wouldn't be okay. Okay, but there are obviously times where it may be more acceptable to kill a larger number of civilians because Israel can value its force protection on the other end. We don't know how many Hamas have been killed. So the number Israel claims is 13,000. But, I mean, you're right. We don't know for sure. The UN reported 26,000 dead civilians in comparison to 30,000 people total. That was a while ago. I don't think the UN reported 26,000 dead civilians. I think the UN. I think it was about Hamas. This is just a death toll. This doesn't distinguish between terrorists and civilians. But even with that ratio, which is the wrong ratio you gave me, that would still be lower than, for example, we just went over the battle in Mosul. Like in our wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, it was more like 9 to 1 civilians dead compared to combatants. Those weren't genocides. I just went to the thing you're talking about. Death corresponding to more than 26,000 people. Mosul is the bloodiest battle since World War II. It's just an example that I'm getting. Yeah, sure. Mosul, which isn't even as densely populated as Gaza, 100k civilians died compared to 4,000 ISIS fighters. Like, and again, with the war, the ratio of combatants to civilians dead, you went for a top shelf example. That's just what we read, man. With the war in Iraq in whole, the ratio is worse than the current like Israel-Gaza thing. Like, it seems like Israel's taking all these steps to minimize civilian casualties. What the IDF is doing, what the IDF is doing is abnormal compared to modern wars. I mean, you're right. What they're doing is abnormal compared to modern wars because they're taking even more steps to minimize civilian casualties than we did, than anyone else has done in history. No, there are more civilian casualties compared to previous wars. That's crazy, dude. It's almost like Gaza is way more densely populated than most other places, and Hamas co-locates with civilians. Ratio-wise, you're just wrong. Ratio-wise, the ratio is like 1 to 2. Ratio is 1 to 2. The 13,000 figures to be believed. Yeah, and the ratio is 1 to 2 if the Gazan Health Ministry numbers is to believe. But the UN, bro, the UN number that you're citing, if you can prove me wrong, that's fine. But the UN number that you're citing is just a death toll, and it's citing the Gaza Ministry of Health, which doesn't distinguish between civilians and combatants. And it doesn't even distinguish between those killed by the IDF and those killed by Hamas rocket misfires. $26,000 people have died. This doesn't... Yeah. This doesn't... This is citing the health ministry, which doesn't distinguish between civilians and combatants. He doesn't give specific examples here. Yeah, the health ministry released the names, which prompted a UN investigate. Then link it, because if I look up 26,000 dead UN, the only thing that comes up is them citing the health ministry, which again, that number doesn't distinguish between combatants and civilians. I don't think the UN has done an independent investigation in this war yet. They've done it in the past, but I don't think they've done it. I don't think they've done it in this war, because the war isn't over yet. This was in 2009. Like, I mean, if you can link it and prove me wrong, that's fine. But I don't. It just seems like they're citing the Gaza Health Ministry, which doesn't distinguish between those civilians and combatants. Second misconception is that a military choices ammunition and how they apply the proportionality principle required by the laws of armed conflict. Here there's an assessment of the value of the military target to be gained from an act that is weighed against the expected collateral damage estimate caused by the said act. An external viewer of no access to information cannot say much about a 500-pound bomb would achieve. Cannot say such things as a 500-pound bomb would achieve military mission of a 2,000-pound bomb with no mention of the context of the value of a military target of the strike, like the target being in a deep tunnel that would require great penetration. Yeah. Oops. Third, one of the best ways to prevent casualties in urban warfare is to provide warning and evacuate urban areas before the full combined air and ground attack commences. This is a tactic unpopular for obvious reasons. It alerts the enemy defender and provides the military advantage to prepare for the attack. The United States did not do this ahead of its initial invasion of Iraq in 2003, which involved major urban battles to include Baghdad. Did not do this before its 2004 battle of I don't know how to pronounce that, Fallujah, although it did send civilian warnings before the second battle 6 months later. I want to know how many died. It's 600 civilians killed versus 200 soldiers. Also gives advanced warnings. I should say, I don't know. Here it is. Oh, a Twitter link. Let's go. That total in Gaza is so far 26,000, including 10. So this is, okay, Euromed HR statistics. This isn't the UN, this is the Euromed. More than 92% of dead are civilian. The purport. So this number, I'm pretty sure what they're doing here is they're taking the number that the Hamas Ministry of Health provides, okay? The Hamas-run Ministry of Health in Gaza provides. And they're assuming 24,000 civilians to 2. What they're doing, so okay, the problem with the numbers that's coming out of Gaza right now, the number itself may be accurate, but it seems like the proportion of women and children killed to men killed simply doesn't make sense at all. You just said the health ministry doesn't take civilian. What? It doesn't distinguish between civilian and combatant deaths, yes. I think what they're doing here is they assume... How did I even get this number? 92% of dead are civilians. You know that military age men automatically consider combatants, right? What do you mean? Isn't that what they're doing here? I thought this 92% number is just taking the number of like males, military age men dead. They just assume all, everyone else is a non-combatant, and they assume that the proportion of the number dead in Gaza is accurate. Let's find out how they got the civilian number. Well, I would love to if there was actually a link there, but it's just a random guy on Twitter, which I don't really care about. Wait, what? Bro, you sent me a Twitter link, and there's no actual link to like the report or anything. Let me look it up. Oh my god. Your residential inquiries confirm Israel's involvement in killing and wounding dozens of starving civilians in Gaza. This is 25,000. But the reality is, I don't think we have any other numbers than the Ministry of Health numbers. This isn't the most recent conflict. Where is... We don't have the numbers. You cannot make any conclusions about proportionality. I agree. You know what? We can't make any conclusions about proportionality because proportionality requires a ton of information that we don't have. Proportionality only applies to like individual military attacks. 24,000 have been killed. 92%. 90% of those killed in the Israeli air raid and artillery strikes were civilians. This is 92% killed in the artillery and air raid attacks, which makes sense because these attacks are probably going to be less discriminate than the other type of attacks. But it's not 92% overall. Well, let me write this down because I guarantee you it will come up again one day. So how did they get that number? I don't know how they got that number. They probably... Who knows? You know, they don't say how they got their number. Infinite A chatted against this. You like that article? Yeah. Also, my notes are public if you want it. You can look at all the shit there too. Advance warning. Northern Gaza. A large variety. Of not target tactics. Something most militaries do not do. For example, the US didn't. What's up, call me Hunter. And it's battle. So there's another known source with a similar number. Q&A.org. Our news agency. I don't trust this at all. Okay. 100,000 Palestinians killed. That is a bullshit number. I don't know how on earth they pulled this number out. Missing or wounded in Israel's genocide in the Gaza Strip. 100,000. Oh, okay. Reported killed, missing, or wounded. Okay. All together. That might be true. Okay. During Israel's ongoing genocide in the Gaza Strip. Euromed Human Rights Monitor said in a statement. So they're citing Euromed here, where it's just a Euromed wink. Total 31 Palestinians have been killed. Euromed estimated 90. Again, it's not 92% civilian. They were talking about one specific air raid. This is just citing the Euromed report we read earlier. This doesn't actually have any new information. And I don't even know how the Euromed report got its information. Jesus. Hasan needs to give Israel back the pyramids to 572 civilians. Is this a school project? No. Unfortunately not. What is 228 to 5? Hold on, I'm calculating the ratio. 57? Okay. Well, I guess I know. What is it for? It's for learning. It's for learning in my stream. What do you mean? So people can come in here, like you, and they can have a good time watching me read stuff. And I learn, and you learn, and people, and we chat, and it's fun. Yeah. It's called live streaming on Twitch. By contrast, Israel provided days and then weeks of warning, as well as time for civilians to evacuate multiple cities in northern Gaza, starting the main air-ground attack of urban areas. The Israeli Defense Force employed their practice of calling and texting ahead of an airstrike, as well as roof knocking cringe. They drop a small munition on the roof of a building, notifying everyone to evacuate before a strike. No military has ever implemented any of these practices before in war. The IDF has also airdropped flyers giving civilians instructions on how to when to evacuate. That's already in there. We already have that. Israel's use of real phone calls to civilians in combat areas and SMS text messages and pre-recorded calls provide instructions on evacuations. It's also unprecedented. The IDF conducted daily 4-hour pauses over multiple consecutive days of the war to allow civilians to leave active combat areas. While pauses for civilian evacuations after a war or battle has started, it's not completely new. The frequency and predictability of these in Gaza has been historic. Another historical, I mean, this is all in the other article. Another historic first in war measures to prevent civilian casualties is the IDF distribution of military maps and urban warfare graphics to assist with day-to-day evacuations and alerting them to where the IDF will be operating. No military history has ever done this. In the 2016 and 2017 battle, the Iraqi government initially told civilians not to evacuate and shelter in place during the battle of both the city's eastern and western districts, but later directed civilians to leave using safe corridors. But ISIS mined the corridors and shot anyone using them to escape. Hundreds of thousands of civilians were trapped inside the combat area for months as the battle progressed. The reality is that when it comes to avoiding civilian harm, there's no modern comparison to Israel's war against Hamas. Israel's not fighting a battle like, I don't know how to pronounce this, Mosul, Iraq. It's fighting a war involving synchronous major urban battles. No military in modern history has faced over 30,000 urban defenders Why is everyone comparing to Mosul? That's cherry picking the top shelf of civilian casualties. I don't know, but I mean, it seems like even the other example he gave another example. This one, first battle of Fallujah. I'm gonna assume it's Fallujah. Mosul's the bloodiest battle. Is that even? I don't believe that. Yeah, okay, so it's not even true. It's about by casualties. World War II, World War II. Mongol invasion. Oh, well, that's, yes. Riven is Mosul. Battle of Mosul. Chinese Civil War. Battle of... Yeah. That wasn't World War II. Let me look that up. I looked it up and it's... This is the bloodiest infantry ball. Entire war. Just saw it on Wikipedia. It was Chinese Civil War one, man. I had more. Wait, 2022, Russian invasion of Ukraine. Oh, the siege of Mariupol even has more, man. Yeah, of course the siege of Mariupol has more. Hold on, of course it does. Yeah. First Balkan War. Oh, that was before. Okay. Where's the Chinese Civil War one? Oh, the battle of... This one has more true in Russia, Ukraine. Chinese Civil War was before... No, it wasn't. It was in 1948. Or at least a battle that... Look, 1948. Siege of this. International law didn't exist, and it did. But... Your claim had nothing to do with international law, number one. And second of all, it did. I mean, there's less of it before World War II, but there was still international law before World War II. And also, the two battles in Ukraine, international war very much existed for. This is 71,000. Okay. So the siege of Mariupol has more. Battle of... This has more. So there are 3 Russian wars that have more. Sucks. One is, it's not normal. Mosul's top itself. Sure, but there are, I mean, multiple other... Also, the current war in Israel and Gaza is not normal. October 7th is unprecedented. This is like the heaviest... This is like the heaviest fighting we've seen in the Middle East for a long time now. You should compare it to something big. Maybe not as big as the Battle of Mosul, but this is a... Yeah, this is between Israel and Hamas, which has... 30,000 fighters. Like, this is not like a small conflict. Not since October 7th. No military in history has faced over 30,000 urban defenders, more than 7 cities using human shields and hiding in hundreds of miles of underground network purposely built under civilian sites while holding hundreds of hostages. Despite the unique challenges Israel faces in war against Hamas, it has implemented more measures to prevent civilian casualties than any other military in history. Very reckless conflict. Just ask all the IDF whistleblowers. There are probably times where the IDF has been reckless, but Dolus Eventialis is not Dolus Specialis. Recklessness has more to do with proportionality. I'm watching your stream with my girlfriend. Thanks, Carter. I'm sure that's true. I was going to say, oh, if you're going to claim recklessness, recklessness has more to do with proportionality than it does with distinction. Thanks, Tyler. Tylex. It is truly so hot. Man, Carter, you're... No, Phylax, I didn't see. Okay. I'm not gonna question you, Carter. I'm not gonna... You haven't said anything homophobic yet, so I won't question it. Okay, I'm sorry. Some have argued that Israel should have waited longer to start this war, should have used different munitions and tactics, should have not conducted a war at all. These calls are understandable, but they fail to acknowledge the context of Israel's war against Hamas, from the hundreds of Israeli hostages to the daily rocket attacks on Israeli civilians from Gaza to tunnels, and the real existential threat of Hamas poses it to Israel and its citizens who live within walking distance of the war zone. To be clear, I'm outraged by the civilian casualties in Gaza, but it's crucial to direct that outrage at the right target, and that target is Hamas. Israel should respect their racism and hatred to gays. That's true. Redirect, yeah. It's outrageous that Hamas spent decades of billions of dollars building tunnels under civilian homes and protected areas for the sole purpose of using Palestinian civilians as human shields. It is outrageous that Hamas does not allow civilians in their tunnels, that Hamas says and takes actions to create as many civilian deaths as possible, both its own and Israel. So using the legal perspective, but that's a high bar. You can easily infer that no caution is being taken to protect civilians based on a widespread testimony of whistleblowers. And in fact, 7 journalists died in a safe zone. What do you mean? Can you, what safe zone are you talking about? Are you talking about the refugee camp? Are you talking about the 7, the Jabalia refugee camp? Jabalia refugee camp that Hamas operates out of? Jabalia refugee camp, 7 journalists dead. Gives a shit about laws. Gay marriage is legal. It doesn't mean it should be or tomorrow. Thank you, Carter. I'm sure your boyfriend really appreciates this rhetoric. Boyfriend. Atrocities committed on October 7th are outrageous. That Hamas fights in civilian clothes, intermixes with civilians, and launches rockets at Israeli civilians from Palestinians areas. It's outrage. The sole reason for civilian deaths in Gaza is Hamas. For Israelis' part, it's taken more care to prevent them than any other army in human history. Journalist dies more normal compared to other wars. I've seen that. Here's just one example. I know. Okay. Can you... What do you think a safe area is, Mr. Anderson? Here, can I call you real quick? I mean, you can, yeah. Israeli troops fired live rounds against Palestinians. Bloodiest battle since 2014.
Jared.
What?
You have to take that back. You can't. No, Jared. You can't say that on. Jared, you can't say that on stream. I'm not gay. I'm not gay.
I don't know.
You have to make a statement right now. You can't tell them that I'm gay. You don't understand. I'm straight. My girlfriend's seeing this right now.
Your girlfriend is seeing this right now.
Yes. She can't know. I know, not even gay though. But she can't, no. I'm not. But I'm not though. I'm not. This isn't funny. You have commenters saying gay friend, dude. It's not okay.
You know what? Yeah, that isn't fair. You know, I don't think it's really fair that your girlfriend doesn't know that you're gay.
No, dude, no. I'm not. Dude, you can't say this. I'm not. Stop.
Okay, you're not gay. Okay, let's accept that at face value. Okay, you're not gay.
Yes,
okay?
we're not. Okay, I'm not.
So let me just. You're not gay. Okay.
I'm not.
So let me just read you a quote. Yeah, who gives a shit about laws? Just because gay marriage is legal doesn't mean it should be or it is moral.
Base. Who said that? They must have been really smart. Was that like? Let me look up famous philosophers. 1 second. Was that Plato? Was that Socrates? Okay, Joe Biden. This is the most frat bro you've ever sounded, Carter. You should listen to me when I'm in a frat, bro. I blend in. We all say the F slur. Anyways. Jared knows. Jared was there. Jared was contributing.
At your frat?
Yeah. Well, it's not my frat. The frat party we went to when we all chanted the F slur.
Yeah,
you were there. You were saying that too.
No, yep. I was there. Yep. And saying it too. Yep. That was me. There was a lot of gay sex there too.
Chat clip it. Yeah. Oh, I didn't take part of that, girlfriend that's watching. I didn't take part in that. That was just him.
I saw Carter doing it.
No.
It was really weird.
No.
Yeah. He asked me if I wanted to fraud, but
yeah, you would know what that is. I didn't even say it. I didn't say it. I meant fat person. We all know Jared. All right.
Sick. Okay. I've seen a lot about journalists dying. But I would expect, like, Gaza is a super densely populated place. It's being heavily bombarded. I would expect that, there'd be a lot of journalists who died just because there's a lot of money to be made and going on the ground in Gaza right now. So, because the whole world's focused on this war. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if, like, how many, here's a question. I don't have an answer to this, okay? How many journalists are in Gaza right now, or have been in Gaza, versus how many journalists were, like, on the front lines in World War II? Plus, the IDF lied about the Flower Massacre. True. What do you mean they lied about the Flower Massacre? What do they lie about? One second. It's weird that the 2024 debate isn't most male friendships. It's still homo jokes and personal attacks. That's the best type of friendship, man. What jokes? Oh my god. Yeah, I've read this before. I know they... Dying for bad flower. I'm pretty sure I've literally read this before, yeah. Being collected testimony from 22 eyewitnesses, many of whom traveled from across the cities in hopes of finding something for their families to eat. When a convoy passed through an Israeli checkpoint, the north and south route, the timeline I have to give does not add up when comparing the videos. And convoy departed. Second second drone footage shows people lying on the ground near the trucks. It's not clear if they're dead or alive. IDF drone shows 2 tanks escorting the convoy. Why are you skipping through? Because I'm trying to read other shit right now, bro. I've seen this before, literally. Because I remember what happened. I remember going through other articles and going through and looking at the fucking conflicting timelines, yeah. Do you think what do you think my position is on Flower Massacre? What do you think my, why did you ask? Because I wanted to know what you thought. What do you think my position is on the Flower Massacre? Do you think I thought it was good? Whatever the IDF's position is. I don't know if I can show this stuff on Twitch. Literally, all these talking points are used exclusively by the IDF and repeated by their followers. True. What talking points did I give? I didn't even give you my position in the Flower Massacre. I already know. What do you think my position is? Just whatever I don't even know what what is the IDF position. Maybe I do have the IDF position. But I don't think I do, because you know what? I probably agree with you, because it does look like the IDF lied, intentionally or not, about the timeline. Because they were trying to cover it for something they did. But do you know what they did? They had poorly trained soldiers who felt threatened for not a good enough reason, and opened fired. Okay, never mind. The reason for civilian death. We are then. Okay, we're done with this. It said Hamas was the reason for most of those deaths. Were trampling. I remember that, yeah. And I remember that turned out not to be true, right? Because didn't the BBC do their analysis and they saw all the shit? They still stand by that Hamas was somehow fucking up the A truck. Well, can you at least admit that we have documented cases of Hamas stealing aid? Hold on, these are for React content later. God, I hate opera. You're thinking of gangs. Was it gangs? If I look up IDF releases videos of Hamas stealing aid. Yeah, people steal aid in Gaza all the time, but it's not Hamas. How you don't think it's Hamas? Whether or not it's Hamas or some other militant group. No, why is this one so? But they have higher definition videos. These are just guys with overwhelming force. I understand. Like, there's multiple different multiple different militant groups in Gaza. Hamas isn't the only one, but like regardless of whether this is Hamas or the PFLP or whatever, like these are clearly fighters that are stealing military aid or humanitarian aid. It's not a militant group. These are just hungry, desperate people. These just look like regular hungry, desperate people here. These people in military uniforms with a white truck and green banners and rifles. These are just hungry, desperate people? That's not an A truck? Doesn't it? Can you not see them? Loading the aid onto their truck? And then taking it? If the video shows Hamas terrorists looting bags of humanitarian aid entering the Gaza Strip. It's a normal truck. This bro, this is a normal truck. They are loading aid onto their truck. Yes. This proves nothing about aid being stolen. This is a video of militants, whether or not they're Hamas. This is aid right here. They probably got it from somewhere else. And they're loading it onto their truck. They're loading supplies onto vehicles, bringing them to terrorists, assaulting civilians, and moving stolen goods. How do you know that's aid? I mean, do you know it's not aid? Jesus. This is what, it's just, the IDF claim that this is aid, okay? If you want to just tell me the IDF is lying and this is just an unrelated video of them doing... What else will this be? They lied about the Flower Massacre. Oh my god, they gave it like misleading timeline events. Probably, they might not even have all the information themselves. The way the IDF lies is different than this, okay? Why wouldn't they lie about this? It's, oh my god, man. And says immediate enemies. Blah, 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 blah. No reason to believe Hamas was at the Flower Massacre. The IDF still defends that to this day. Do they even still defend it to this day? But you understand how the way they're lying there is different than this, which would be making up a completely false claim and then providing video evidence that shows a completely false claim. Dude in a tank just shot a bunch of dude getting flour. They didn't feel threatened. How do you... What? That was the reason they did it. Didn't even... I'm pretty sure even the BBC analysis concluded that the reason that happened is they felt threatened. How do you feel threatened in an armored tank? Because there were people storming a convoy. Dude, you're in an armored vehicle? Yeah, the IDF is a conscript army, okay? Do you think that person woke up today and just decided, I'm going to kill people for no reason? Do you think that's a more likely explanation? And also not even... Okay, there were multiple different flower massacres, right? I know for certain that it's not like everybody that was shooting was in an armored vehicle. We have the videos of people, of IDF soldiers shooting that weren't in a armored vehicle. Yes, actually, the Israeli government will literally tell you what they are. Okay. Well, I don't know how much shit I can just fall on stream. Flower Massacre video. I've seen videos of IDF soldiers not in armored vehicles shooting at people. Tank was the one that fired. There are also videos. Oh my god. Wait, where is the fucking video? What was it, this one? Should read the article I sent more thoroughly. I'm pretty sure for that. We can fucking read it after I get through my other shit, man. Oh, well, we already did that. I gotta go to bed. The audience has everything they need. True. Thanks for stopping by. You can join my Discord if you wanna. We can fight over there too. Exclamation point Discord in the chat. Oh, here's the fucking video. Maybe it wasn't. Hold on, let me unmute Brave, I guess.
Likely to cause severe bloodshed. CNN requested the full footage from the IDF, but it was denied. The trucks arrived at the checkpoint at 4 a.m. They then crossed at 4:29, and only after that did the IDF fire shots at the crowd.
I found
But
it.
in Bilal's video filmed 7
Or no, this isn't it. I remember there's a video. There's a video that took place, like, in the dark of one of the flower massacres. And you can see an IDF soldier, like, not in an armored
minutes
vehicle. Shooting.
earlier at 4:22 a.m. Gunshots ring out. He warns there is a tank. The IDF claim the convoy was still stationary at the checkpoint at this time. Next, Jihad begins filming. It's now 4:28 a.m. and there's a barrage of gunfire, and the shots are close. Analysis by weapons experts of the bursts indicate it is heavy automatic gunfire at 600 rounds per minute. Jihad keeps filming. Experts
كان شعور
struggling to access
the fucking video. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was a video of something else. Oh, okay. Alright, we'll do heading 2, probably. Notion, hello. Why is this fucked? Okay, fixed. Okay. Inside a Gaza Strip mosque in January 2009. Nothing at first seemed unusual. With the wooden pulpit pushed against the central wall, barely taller than a man, it stood beside a microphone, an electric fan, and some plastic chairs. According to a photograph captured by the IDF, is this link we already have? Yeah. But hidden inside the pulpit, Israel alleged, there was a assault rifle, a bulletproof vest, and binoculars. Soldiers soon spread the mosque cache on the floor. A haul that included a rifle, grenades, and ammunition. Hamas operatives Israel charged for blame. This is all the same link. Oh, these are all separate. Why are these pictures so fucking quality? January 2009. During operation. Account sled. Account sled, right? Yeah. Israel. Ledges. It found. Lost weapons. And. Jesus fucking lead. In and off and off. Many mosques in Gaza Strip not only serve religious functions, but are also put to military use by Hamas and other terrorist organizations. The Mir Amit Intelligence and Terrorism Information Center said at the time, they used to hide terrorist operations, store weapons at sites which rockets and mortar shells were launched. Many observers, one of the most troublesome facts of the Gaza Strip conflict, which has killed around 1,300 Palestinians, many of them civilians, and 56 Israeli soldiers, has been Israel's apparent willingness to strike civilian institutions such as mosques, schools, and hospitals. Does it go in? Does it? No, just the other articles. Okay. On Wednesday, following a strike on a school, while inhabitants slept, killing 20 people and wounding dozens more, United Nations officials said Israel had violated international law. I condemn in the strongest possible terms that Israel has violated international law. I condemn in the strongest possible terms the serious violation of international law by Israel forces, said the UN. This is an affront to all of us, a source of universal shame. Today, the world stands disgraced. Israeli military officials, for their part, say the reality of the strike is substantially more complicated and claims Hamas's maintenance and military operations inside the civilian institutions precipitate such attack. Okay, cool. Israel has been criticized for their willingness to strike schools and hospitals, but have claimed Hamas's use of these locations as Hamas's claim these buildings also serve a military purpose for Hamas. Early military officials today part. Yeah, okay. Hamas chooses to use protected areas for military purposes in order to shield itself from IDF strikes, the Israeli defense said this week. We're going to draw international condemnation of Israel if the IDF is forced to respond. The United Nations has found troves of rockets hidden in these 3 schools since the conflict began. We condemn the group or groups who endangered civilians by placing these munitions in our school. Chris Gunn, as spokesperson for the UN Relief and Works Agency, said in a statement published on Wednesday by the Times of Israel, "This is yet another flagrant violation of the neutrality of our premises. We call on the warring parties to respect the invulnerability of UN property." Early this month, the UN also found rockets piled up inside one of its vacant schools, near other schools used to accommodate displaced people. But I did remember it correctly. They were caught 2 separate times. Who was I talking to where I literally specifically remember saying, I think they've been caught. It was Pedimillo. I remember it's Pedimillo. Is it like its school condemns poison rockets? Yeah, one of its schools. When he found an empty Gaza school. When it was empty though, so the international organization also found 20 additional rockets at another one of its schools during an inspection, calling it one more flagrant violation of the inviolability of the premises. Oh, we literally just found that. Israeli officials were quickly seized upon the discoveries, according to the Times of Israel, which quoted one official castigating Gaza terrorists who abused facilities to carry out violent attacks. During one short-lived lull in a rocket fire, the Washington Post's William Booth saw a group of men at a mosque in northern Gaza. They said they had returned to clean up glass from shattered windows, but they could be seen moving small rockets into the mosque. Booth wrote. He also reported that thanks James August 12. Also reported that Shiva Hospital in Gaza City had become de facto headquarters of Hamas leaders who can be seen in hallways and offices. That was, hold on. Hold on, space and that. Okay. Wall Street Journal reporter Nick Casey tweeted an image of a Hamas spokesperson giving an interview at a Gaza hospital. With the shelling, you have to wonder how patients at Al Shifa feel as Hamas uses it as a safe place to see media. Oh, it's gone. The tweet was later deleted. Okay, well. Martin Van Buren, thank you. According to longtime Middle East analysis, Matthew Levitt, Hamas has long planted weapons in areas inhabited by vulnerable residents. It happens in schools, he wrote in Middle East Quarterly. Hamas has buried caches of arms and explosives under its own kindergarten playgrounds, representing a 2001 State Department report that said a Hamas leader was arrested after additional explosives in Gaza kindergarten were discovered. 2001, they weren't even in power in 2001, and it's gone. And this is gone too. For years, Hamas has planned carefully for a major Israeli invasion, according to a Washington Institute for Near Middle East Policy report. In addition to an elaborate tunnel system, there was the integral use of school civilian facilities as cover for military activities. Schools, mosques, hospitals, and civilian housing became weapon storage facilities, Hamas headquarters, and fighting positions. IDF imagery and combatant intelligence reveals extensive use of civilian facilities. Whatever is planned, the outcome of this practice is indisputably devastating, both the Palestinian lives lost and Israeli standing in the international community. Its images of death and tragedy clog news outlets. International condemnation of Israel mounts, which according to the Israeli military is exactly what it predicted would happen. Okay. Is this? No. There we go. What are you researching? A lot of Israel-Palestine stuff. Right now, we're trying to figure out if Hamas uses schools and stuff or not. In addition to its laboratory system, there's an integral use of civilian. When is the song laugh? I don't think I want to talk about later. I think I'm gonna just start doing reaction content when I get bored of reading, and we're gonna talk about Hasan then. Oh, I literally have this link, Dr. Apple. We just went over some of this, yeah. I literally have this link saved. Why the fuck is my Spotify fucked? What the hell? React to this VOD. We're gonna react. He went on a podcast. God. That's whenever Hasan talks to people, he pretends like he's just a social democrat, but he's not a social democrat. He's a fucking insane radical socialist. But he's like, I'm just for reduced inequality and building housing. It's like, no, you're fucking not. I want to have a problem with you if that's what you're for. But he's for like the total abolition of private property. It's bullshit. Figured out. Have I figured it out yet? No, not quite yet. You need to do a little bit more reading, you know. But we'll get there one day. Watched a Nova Festival documentary today, which is very intense, I would imagine. I don't think I can show any of that on Twitch, though. I think it's public. How's it? What? What do you mean? It's not public? How'd you watch it then? Was that some community screening? Oh. I thought there was one that... Hold on. Because I've heard of it before. I thought it was out. Might not be. I don't know. Released it February 18th. Israeli invasion. Integral use of civilian facilities. Blah blah blah. Okay. So we should probably read this. I should probably read this. How many pages is this? 40? How many is this? This is 6. Oh, this is only 6? Thanks, Notion. Why? No. What? Stop doing that, Notion. Alright. Evidence from Operation Castlade shows Hamas uses mosques to store weapons and as sites, launch rockets and mortar shells. Many mosques in the Gaza Strip not only serve a religious function, but are also put to military use by Hamas and other terrorist organizations. They are used to hide terrorist operatives, store weapons as sites from which rockets and mortar shells are launched, sites for launching terrorist attacks, and training terrorist operatives. All of those military uses are grave violations of international law governing armed combat and exploitation of the special protection international law gives to display houses of worship. Large amounts of evidence point to the forbidden uses of mosque were found during Operation Castlade. Okay. PDF also going to show me film clips. Okay. Bulletin presents following photographs showing mosque used to store weapons. Film clips of Israeli Air Force showing mosque being used to store weapons. Israeli Air Force aerial photographs and a film clip showing rockets and mortar shells launched near mosque. Statements made by Hamas operatives detained by IDF forces regarding the use made of mosque and to store weapons and as sites for military targeting. Hey, it's not found. Really? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Sick. What a cool... Okay, well, this is fucking useless. Hold on, okay. We're just gonna get rid of this. Just have this in here. Link it to that. Man, I should have eaten before I started streaming. Because now if I make food, I don't really... It would take too long. Wait, hold on, this person's streaming again. Oh, an ad? Oh, I love giving this person ad money considering their stream is just a, It's not a reaction, it's just it's a bot stream, bro. It's a frozen picture. It's a still frame of somebody reacting to stuff. This isn't her content, and it's just she's not even speaking. Oh wait, she just spoke. No way. But this is literally just reacting to shit. Why? Would I get more viewers if I just reacted to content like this? Is this how you get viewers on Twitch? Oh, hey, affiliate. Look at this person who hosted me the other day. She's way more popular than me, and all she does is watch stuff. She doesn't even talk that much. I think I've heard her talk once. 12 viewers right now. This is... This is insane. Dude, I can't believe she hosted me. Listen, we'll react to stuff later. I'll react to Hasan a little later. She's not... her webcam is just a still picture. I don't even know if there's an actual picture of her. She does have a mic, though.
It depends. I'm just watching this old debate right now. And I broke my wrist, so that's why I'm not on camera. I just can't do anything right now.
Okay. She broke her wrist. That's why.
I mean, this isn't really what we're...
Bro. Her commentary. She's like, how is she more popular to me? What the hell? How did you have 30 viewers? Why did you have 30 viewers? She's not. Look at this shit I do, okay? Look at this. I have all these notes, Look at this. You want to know what we did yesterday? I woke up from having hiccups. That sucks. Maybe she needs a picture. Hold on. Look at what we did fucking yesterday, okay? We spent 7 fucking hours reading a Minnesota, reacted to that video too. But most of the stream, we went off on a lot of tangents. But most of the stream was us reading a Minnesota art law review thing, okay? Minnesota University of Law or some shit. And she just gets to react to old Vosh debates. It gets more views. What the hell? What the hell? I should have replaced my face cam with the picture. You're better? Thank you, Ophelia. Thank you. I am better. But she has 12 viewers, and I have two viewers right now. I bet she doesn't have a YouTube channel. Fuck views. I need the ad revenue. Oh wow, no views. Sick. It'll give you if it takes a little bit. Introduction, Hamas decision making, Hamas preparations for combat, operation cost led, overall assessment. Okay. Executive summary. Hamas, the Islamic resistance movement, remains a central player in the battle over the future of the Palestinians and their relationship with Israel. While Hamas has waged a violent campaign aimed at Israel and at its own Palestinian rivals, primarily Fatah, it is currently restraining its military activity and that of the other Palestinian groups in the Gaza Strip. This period of quiet, however, does not signal the end of Hamas's struggle. More violence can be expected in the future at varying levels of intensity. The movement's willingness and ability to use violence for political purposes is a critical component of the Israeli-Palestinian equation. Hamas uses this operation to enhance its appeal to the Palestinian populace by demonstrating armed resistance to the occupation. Prior to Operation Cast Lead in December 2008, the movement made military preparations a high priority. Nonetheless, combat is the real test of any military force, and Hamas's performance in the operation can be used to assess the organization's political and military capabilities, as well as its claim to lead the Palestinian resistance. Cast Lead was Hamas's most serious challenge, entirely since the group seized power in Gaza in 2007, and probably since it was Fallout 3. I've been waiting. I don't know. At some point. Since it emerged during the... I bet I would get fucking more viewers playing Fallout 3 and his reaction to Hasan than reading this. It's a sad thing. Hold on, how long is this? Oh. Because Fallout 3 is evil. Offensive plans. I don't know how much of this is worth reading, because I want to be able to go over like the specific piece of evidence that like Hamas co-locates with civilians. But it doesn't. I don't know how much evidence this actually has. No, fuck it. Alright, we have some... do have some stuff to react to. Do you remember watch this video? Guy debunked Fallout 3. He debunked Fallout 3. It's 8 hours! Fallout 3 isn't better than you think. Oh my god, dude, it's fucking 8 hours.
Nightmare, and it's entirely consistent with Fallout 1.
Now that's a bold statement. Also, why switch
Dude,
the
is this a response video to somebody else's video?
In 2008, Fallout 3 came out, and most people seemed to like it. Not everybody. This was a new dev team, new publisher, and the first...
This is a response video? He made a response. He made an 8-hour long response video. Somebody else's video about Fallout 3. Okay. Hold on. We can switch. I don't know. Watch this. Watch my viewership spike up once I rename the stream. Live Hasan Podcast React. Watch this. We're at 4 viewers right now. It'll go up. Oh, wait. Where'd Hasan go? I started here. It's not why Hasan thinks squatters are dope, and I watched like a few minutes. Let's see. I saw people get triggered by this, and I'm guessing it'll trigger me. Why Hasan got canceled for drinking Starbucks?
Everyone's talking about squatters right now.
Oh,
what are what are your thoughts on the squatter situation?
I think, oh man, I think squatters are I mean, they're dope. Like, as long as no one is living there and it's not being put to use, then the fuck's the house doing anyway? It's just a piece of property.
What about damage to a property? What if someone wants to move back into their property and someone's living there and they say, no, you can't kick me out. And they know the legal system to be able to live there for free.
You file for bankruptcy and then extend your visit. For
Wait,
like a
so
year.
you can, if you want to live in a property,
This is funny. He doesn't even know how it works.
and like someone else is like, this is my house, like I want to live here.
Correct.
You can just like stop them from.
You didn't
living
know
there.
this?
I think that is a little bit trickier.
It's a civil matter. So,
I think it's a little bit trickier in general, but like overall, if it's not like that fucking building in downtown Los Angeles, the one that famously has been tagged into oblivion,
right.
yeah, and people are freaking out over it. I'm like, why are there so many fucking buildings that are just like left halfway in limbo and halfway developed? So like repurpose that. In my opinion, if I'm the government, if I'm Governor Gavin Newsom, Gruesome Newsom, I'm coming in and I'm saying, Chinese style communist takeover, eminent domain. That shit's mine now. You guys fucked that up. We're making this into permanent shelter. We're taking every single person from Skid Row and every single homeless person, and we're putting them into that fucking luxury high-rise condominium. And not only that, but we're hiring, 10,000 new social workers to make sure that
this like first few minutes of this or whatever is pre-watched.
we have the proper tools readily equipped so that we can reintegrate these people back into society, and we're going to have all these fucking jobs for them. We're going to make them fix potholes, okay? They're going to love to do it because they're going to get paid to do it.
We're going to make them fix potholes, and they're going to love to do it because they get paid. I'm all for. I mean, actually not that for providing jobs to people, because I think a UBI would just be better. I think giving people free money is just better than any type of like jobs guarantee. That's wild.
And we're going to treat their drug addiction, and as a wham bam thank you ma'am perfect fucking solution. What good is a house when it's empty? As an investment vehicle,
so you'd give the squatters rights that if someone decides to move into a vacant house without a lease agreement, they could claim that they have a lease and they should be entitled to live there.
It's a little medieval, but look, people need shelter, and I think
it's just like not an actual. I just hate it because it's not an actual like fucking solution to homelessness, obviously, because that fucking people like to repeat that like bullshit thing. Oh, there we go. I'm back. What's up, Toby Mo One? I don't know. I just hate it's not like an actual. Like I don't really care about squatters' rights because it's just like we just build more housing. That's the solution. Is that we just need more housing. Like it's a supply problem. But I don't say the dog shit. People can do the thing. Yeah, dog shit jobs. And
they're getting it that way. I think it's like the worst way to solve it.
But if it's medieval, should then the property owner be able to defend their property, go in there and force?
I think that like also the actual reason squatters' rights exist. I don't think the purpose of them is supposed to be that you can like just go into a vacant home and take that home. I'm pretty sure the purpose is that they want to protect tenants with like informal lease agreements.
Forcibly remove somebody, just like in medieval times.
It depends entirely on, if we're being serious, I think it depends entirely on like whether they genuinely want to live there or not, right? But overall, I think that, like I said, I personally love discouraging people from home ownership. Like not home ownership, sorry, but like using homes as a vehicle, as an investment vehicle. But what if the funniest place to say this?
But what's interesting is that for a lot of squatters, it's not.
Yeah,
the property's not used as an investment vehicle. It could be somebody passed away. The house is empty for a week or two while they try to sell it.
Can do that. True.
List the home for sale, and the realtor says, "Hey, there's a whole family living in here. There's like 3 people. I can't show it." They claim they have a lease agreement.
Edge cases
they try to get them out, but they say, "No, we have a lease." And then it's 6 months to get them out.
Yeah, I think edge cases like that, sure, demand legal expediency. But overall, I mean, when I think of squatters, like I'm thinking of like there was a coalition of like black mothers that were in a house in Oakland, I think I remember, and they had to be like taken out by force by the SWAT team at a certain point, and they were doing it as partially as a protest as well. A couple years back, like there are plenty of homes that are just vacant, you know, and they're just. They're in escrow, they're vacant, who knows when they'll sell. There's a shit ton of property, as I'm sure you know, that are owned by like foreign investors, and they're just empty. They're sitting there because it looks good on their portfolio.
Land value tax would fix this. I love land value tax.
Or maybe they got what's that visa that you get for $500,000 of investment into the United States? You got it for like visa purposes or whatever.
Couldn't you say the same thing about a car? That if somebody doesn't have a car and there's a vehicle that's not being driven, you should have the rights to use that person's vehicle.
That could be cool, I think.
Do you have more than one car?
I don't.
That would have been a good. Yeah, I want another car. You know, that would be kind of.
So
nice.
What's interesting is that DeSantis passed a bill in Florida called the Property Rights Bill that made it a first-degree misdemeanor for making a false statement in writing.
Like squatting in China should be legal because there are millions of unoccupied apartments just sitting. Well, that's because China. That's because the only way people can invest in China was because of through housing. That was just the only way people could invest and stuff because they don't have like a stock market that the average people can invest in. Millions of unoccupied apartments just sitting there. Their housing crash. No one should be homeless in China.
Degree felony for any person who unlawfully trespasses or occupies a residential
dwelling. A couple of places that have been run down since my squatters since the 90s. These are important places for like culture shit.
A first-degree felony for knowingly advertising the sale or rent of a residential property without legal authority. And it's to combat squatters.
Wait, you can do it. You can try to sell it if you're a squatter? Like, I don't understand. What's the third one?
You could try to sublease the property.
That's sick. Get your money up.
So that was actually a very common scam on Craigslist. Oh yeah, back in the day, I remember 2010 through 2013, it was a big issue that empty properties that were listed
run
on the
by
MLS
squatters. Sorry, I did read it
people
wrong.
would go in, usually from other countries, listed on Craigslist, and then for a really low price for rent. And so people inquire about it. And they say, "Hey, I'm out of the country. Usually, I'm on deployment. I just want like someone nice to rent my house out. Send me $500, and and it's yours." And they'll send a lease agreement. They sign it. They send the $500. The people show up. And then it turns out it was a fake listing, and they just got scammed.
That's crazy. I mean, that's bad. That's bad for everybody involved, for sure. I don't think that there's an issue with that side of it. I just don't know what the application of it will be. I haven't read into it. I'd have to look into it a little bit further to give you like my full blown opinion on it. On its face, obviously, as it goes, most legislation is not written as like we're going to shoot homeless people bill, but I feel like sometimes the results do come out to be that, and it's also DeSantis, so I'm sure it's devious and awful in general. Like I said, I'd have to do a little bit more reading on it. On its face, the legal language doesn't seem all that out there, but the enforcement of it probably will be the enforcement of it will probably cause a lot of harm. But as far as the car question that you asked, it's a beautiful question. Why is it a beautiful question? Because we need to have public transit. Like, if we had public transit, then you have just completely...
I think I forget what... I don't remember what the fucking New York squatters right thing was. Fuck, I should have remembered it. I don't know. I saw it on Twitter fucking a week ago or whatever. I don't give a fuck. Because it's just like... Oh, you know what's funny is he actually just did
a lot of harm. But
he was like, "Oh, Well, with regard to the car thing, we need public transit, but like, it's just like you should just say with regards to the squatters thing. Well, we should just build more homes.
As far as the car
like,
question that you asked, it's a beautiful question. Why is it a beautiful question? Because we need to have public transit. Like, if we had public transit,
we just need to have more homes.
Then you have just completely eradicated the need to steal someone's car to drive it, right? In that situation. Just
and
like
if we have more homes, we've eradicated the need for, I'll try to go back to speak. I'm lurking though, so you get my view. Hell yeah, thanks, Ophelia.
You've completely eradicated the need for someone to be like, I don't have a home.
Well, I don't think people are stealing cars because they want to drive.
No,
I think
know,
in those
but in that direct analogy, it would be because people aren't like squatting in houses because they're like, I fucking love squatting. They're squatting in houses because like, I don't have a home.
Or it could be they want to save money. There was a story. This is crazy. Now, I know this is an extreme, but there was a house that a colleague rented in 2009, and this guy was like a really wealthy attorney. This guy had a ton of money, and the house he was renting,
Okay,
I think,
do
was
I
like
care about this
$15,000 a
story?
month. It was a home in Beverly Hills. Developer built this as a spec house to sell. We just owner on vacation. He was in a house.
That's it.
Didn't have enough money coming in to be able to.
I want to get him. I want to hear him talk about being a champagne socialist.
Speaking of wages, what are your thoughts on unpaid internships?
It's unpaid internships.
Why is that?
I mean, because you're still doing a job. You know what I mean? You're getting trained to do a job, but it's the same if you didn't. It's the same if you. Oops, sorry. It's the same as you were starting in that position anyway. I think you should pay interns for sure.
Now, what about you in your example where you worked for free for the Young Turks
Mm-hmm.
and you got experience, you grew as a person, and you came out better because of it?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that be almost the same thing that you were putting in work for free?
Yeah, it is the same as putting in work for free. I did put in work for free. It would have been much better if I got paid for it. That's it. Like
all three of us did unpaid work for a good amount of time.
I still think that the way I see it is,
I'm
it doesn't
doing
matter how
unpaid work
unskilled someone
right
is in a
now,
particular
guys.
field. Doesn't matter if you're training them, I guess. I have a drastically different perspective on this, I guess. But as long as they are providing value and there is a contracted play, like you are contracting them as an unpaid intern, they should still get a percentage of the value that they provide.
Now, how is it different from going to college? Because in this case, you're learning something, like you might be learning a skill or a trade or something, but you're paying for that experience.
You wouldn't be very shocked.
It's a little different. If you're doing a job or an internship, you're still producing some amount of value. Whereas like in college, like you're there for the degree. You're not actually really producing much value. Oh shit, my camera unfroze. Big win.
We find out that I don't think college should be paid at all. I think college should also be free.
But even if that's free, how would that differ from an unpaid internship?
I was about to say there are countries where they even pay you to specifically take on certain majors. For example, the government will pay you because there's like, let's say there's a need for doctors. We don't have enough doctors. Let's say, well, we literally don't in America, but that's a whole different story. Let's say we don't have enough teachers, right? The government should not only is education free in this society that I envision, but now the government is also paying you to go get education, technical training, and to learn how to become a teacher. I think that is what we should be doing, and that is what some countries do already.
So you think under any conditions nobody should work for free?
You can do work for free if you want to, right? Like
Why do I suddenly really care about politics?
Like if you truly want to do something for free, then that's fine. You know, I did it. But it still would have been better if I got paid for it.
The way that we're seeing it is the fact that we were so excited to work, that we wanted to work, and we wanted to provide value, and we wanted to be, like the person's right-hand man. So like, we'll just happily do it for free. Whereas in other instances, probably the ones that you're thinking about, it's like companies that work with colleges and then try to source free labor from students, which I think is all
seen
a
as
little
like
bit
an
different.
exploitation of free labor versus people who are truly doing it to get ahead.
Yeah. I think that it's better overall if there is a payment across the board for it. I mean, it goes back to like NCAA athletes, right? Like I'm sure you think it's a good idea that they can at least like now make money off of merchandising agreements. I think it should go beyond that. I think the college should pay them too as well. But the fact that they were able to make so much money off of their likeness and they see nothing in return for that, I think was ridiculous.
If someone approached you to learn and work and they supported your cause and wanted to work for free, would you pay them anyways?
I mean, I probably wouldn't hire them if I have no need for them, but if I did, then I would pay them, yeah.
Do you pay your Twitch mods?
Yeah.
Do you pay your Discord mods?
Yeah. I pay every single
I will never pay you. Just so you guys know. I will never do it. Never.
person in my community in different ways. It's not like a contracted, it's not a contract basis, specifically because the Discord I don't even touch in general. It's like elections are had, and then the teams then decide on who they
You're not even a mod.
want to bring in as like regulators and whatever. I think I'm not entirely familiar with how that works, to be honest with you. But overall, if it's an avenue that I'm like generating income from in some capacity, then, and if it's like something that I cannot live without and I need help in a specific field, I still want to ensure that people that work in people that are there are just like doing it for fun. Like they're not there. I'll take on the majority of the workload myself, because like that's, I think that's my responsibility overall. And I don't want to like incentivize people to do it for money, basically. I don't want people to like
I will pay you, but only once I start making $1,000 a month, and then I'll give you guys 1% of it. I'll give my mods 1%, split 5 ways.
I don't want people to sit there for 8 hours. 100%. I don't think anyone else is going to do that. I think it's a fucking ridiculous proposition. And I feel like when you have a contract of that sort, then it's like I'm requiring.
I feel like unpaid internships are pretty cringe, but I really like mods. There are definitely some people you have to mod them. I feel like there are definitely some times where like it is good to pay mods, but do you really? Do you really need to pay Discord mods? I feel like feel like there are people in communities that really appreciate having to get a raging boner every time that they get to take action as a mod. I mean, it seems that way. So I don't know if payment's necessary for like that.
Shit ton of like emotional labor even from people that I don't think is appropriate to ask of.
So one thing that is a common controversy
I have a raging boner.
Will accuse you of is the champagne socialist.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain?
Oh boy, here we go.
What
Okay.
champagne socialist is?
I think champagne socialist is born out of the misunderstanding that like socialism implies that you have to be poor. That like
poverty
you cannot
cult. True.
be successful, and that like everyone has the same thing. Like it's socialism is about like instituting by force the same standards of existence for everyone. You know, the gray city blocks come to mind. You know, social housing, Soviet era,
maybe equity instead of equality.
Exactly, that was the word I was looking for. Thank you so much. It is about equity instead of equality. That's what people misunderstand about socialism. It is not about equity instead of equality at all. We don't have material equality as a baseline in this country. We don't have that at all. I'm advocating for a baseline of material equality, and I'm advocating for
super hate this.
Better worker protections, better worker rights, and less alienation from labor, and more
because he's pretending like he's just a social democrat, but he's not a social democrat. He doesn't want this. He wants worker/state ownership of the means of production. I don't know exactly what he wants, but he doesn't want greater worker protection. He wants workers to own the firms they work at by one way or another.
Economy that everyone can have a say because they are a part of the puzzle. That everyone that touches a project also has some level of say in what gets done with the surplus labor. So it has nothing to do with like, you know, making sure everyone is poor or whatever the fuck people think about socialism. I don't really care too much about it as far as like as far as an own. Like people be like socialism, but you have an iPhone, or socialism because these like dumb things that you buy that are very expensive, which is true. I do. I buy fucking expensive shit from time to time. I'm an idiot, but I've always, you know, these are things that I wanted to buy. Of course, you know, it's not I don't find that to be like, I guess, a marker for your political beliefs at all.
So
there are levels to it, though, for sure.
Right, but to a casual viewer that just kind of hears about you and maybe sees a few clips of you, a lot of the times it's like ranting on people, like wealthy people, and how people need to be taxed more as a privileged person. And then they look at your lifestyle and they see that you bought this fancy, $3 million house or whatever. You have a Porsche. You got you got canceled for $1,000 shirt that you wore to Coachella.
I did, yeah. That was so God. Anyway,
but you see how this juxtaposition would confuse a lot of people and be like, this guy seems like a little bit hypocritical.
Yeah, no, for sure. I understand that, but there's nothing I can do beyond the fact that like this is not explaining that this is not inherently contradictory to the things that I advocate for.
I super hate. It's like people who like preach that wealth is evil should try to live their values. That includes even people like preachers, like for Christian preachers, who are insanely wealthy. Like they're hypocritical in some sense. It's so.
I have no issues with being taxed more. I pay the tax rates that I do in California that you probably know better than I do. And although so
you know what's annoying is that Ludwig, maybe Ludwig is socialist. I don't know. Ludwig lives his values better than Hasan does, because at least Ludwig made his fucking company a worker co-op. Hasan doesn't do that. Hasan's not actually living his values.
Spending on those taxes is not the best. I wish that they would spend it better. I still see that as my patriotic duty, knowing that at least some percentage of that is still going to places that desperately need it, like schooling, like the roads, and you know, whatever social amenities that are offered, the marginal amount of public transit that we do have, I guess. Overall, it's not inherently contradictory. It's not about, socialism is not about, you know, forcing people to live a certain set of standards. And but that's impossible for me to change the mindset of every American. We are all conditioned to hate socialism in general. I think I've talked about this before, but I think one of the worst things that I ever said in my career was openly admitting that, or not even like saying I'm not a socialist. I wish I had never done that. It doesn't matter what I advocate for. If I had never said that, and there are plenty of people who don't, that have almost identical values to me, that are received in a much more favorable light, as a matter of fact, celebrated for how kind and how open-minded they are. But when you get hit with that socialism sticker, everybody goes, oh, Venezuela, Stalin, you want, you know, cultural revolution in this country. And or whatever they think the socialist boogeyman is. I think that was a major L for me, I guess, but because I'm so fucking stubborn, I just, you know, I can't shut the fuck up, and I should have. So you grifted a little bit.
So making money and making more money than you need, making more money than you could possibly want, that is all a good thing. And you're saying a true socialist would argue that is totally fine. The main...
How you make your money is important.
Okay, sure.
That's the fundamental difference that people don't understand.
So I mean, Hasan still works for this money for the most part. But Hasan also owns business, right? Like his editor. I don't think his editor owns the means of production as much as. Do you want to know what's funny? Is that Hasan was literally like, I remember he specifically said, like, oh, I literally gave my editor I literally let him own the means of production by giving him a graphics card or whatever the fuck. That's literally what a capitalist does. You provided him capital, and now he produces value for you. That's what capitalism is, brother. You provided him capital. You didn't give him the means of his production. You gave him capital.
So,
I don't know. It's just unhinged.
I don't have investments. I do have I guess, what is it, a 401k or a SEP IRA or something? I have that because, like, I want to make sure that...
Oh, and it's a merch company. I kind of doubt that's a worker co-op. You know, maybe it is a worker co-op. I don't know.
Oh,
the thing is, you should live your values.
Can't work forever, obviously. I do want to have a safety net when I inevitably stop working one day. However, I don't have investments.
Why?
So, I know, everybody always...
Yeah, because that seems silly to me to not want to invest in a country that's given you so much opportunity as well.
I don't see it as a net positive. I think that overall, that is the fundamental difference between someone who is a capitalist or someone who makes money via capital accumulation versus someone who makes money via their labor. I make all of the money that I make off of as ethical means as I possibly can conduct. What I mean by that is, like, I have merchandise. This is my own merch, right? It's made in the United States.
Like, it seems like, okay, well, and he's...
They can conduct.
Hold on.
What I mean by that is, like, I have merchandise. This is my own merch, right? It's made in the United States, and it's made with unionized garment manufacturers.
Unionized, okay. So not worker co-op, but unionized.
This, of course, destroys the profit margins that I would normally have, but it doesn't matter because, like, that is the most sustainable, most ethical way that I can make this product. I do it not because, like, oh, I'm gonna make some extra money on the side. It's marginal in comparison to what I could be making. These are $35 t-shirts made in the United States of America.
But you're not investing just doesn't make sense to me.
Well,
because let's just say your house, for example.
He doesn't want to own capital.
$3 million. I'm sure I'm rounding up. Maybe it's worth that, $3 million.
I got it for $275. I don't know what it is now.
So let's just say it's worth $3 million today. How would it be any different for you to buy a $1 million house and invest $2 million in the stock market? Or instead of buying the Porsche, to buy a Volkswagen Jetta for $20,000 and the other
be making money.
That's
not working.
I would rather buy something nice than buy something cheaper and then take the rest of the money and invest it in the stock market. But beyond that, there is a lot of money that I could be investing right now. And
what is it doing?
Nothing. Either nothing or I just spend it. Or I spend it on donations.
In the capital appreciation, I think putting it in a Porsche is worse for the economy than you investing $100,000 into stocks. At least if it goes into the economy, you could argue that it supports businesses with investments that they
other people are also invested in, that could be put into like an ETF that people have their retirements in.
But you think it's immoral?
And you're taxed on that as well.
No,
that if you go and sell it for profit.
They don't understand. He's a socialist. They don't want any investment.
Right.
Because, like, I'm not investing anything at all.
But in a banking account, I feel like that is the most exploitative thing because they just go sell off loans to people, like high interest car loans and stuff like that, rather than in the stock market where people can invest in their own.
Because there's no alternative to the banking than to me, putting the money underneath my pillow. But it doesn't really matter because, like I said, I usually try to spend as much of it as possible, either on my family or on my friends or on donations. Like I put it back into fundraising initiatives, charity, things of that nature. So that's the way I operate. It's probably very stupid. I know everybody always says it's like financially unsound for me to do that, but I think that it is less at odds with my values than taking all of the extra money. Because aside from like the flashy shit that you just brought up, like my expenses are nowhere near like the amount of money I make. I could be living a way more lavish lifestyle, I guess, than the way I do, because I'm very fortunate and I do the things that I love doing, which is, unfortunately for me, I guess, sitting in front of a fucking computer and yelling for 8 to 10 hours a day. So I do that 7 days a week. I'm in my house. So if I'm using something a lot, like my house, and I live with my family, I need it to be a big enough house that like they can live there as well. And that makes me happy, and then I'm good.
So what's your plan for retirement? Let's just say, you're 70 years old one day, you don't have any investments. I would assume that you'd want to pay off house or something. But
property
tax. What would you do in the event that Social Security is not enough to pay for what
Probably
you need to live?
Well, like I said, that's why I have the SEP IRA, SEP IRA, whatever.
SEP IRA, but I doubt you'd be able to accumulate enough to replace your current lifestyle expenses within that alone. And even within that, you still have to invest.
No, my current lifestyle expenses are entirely adjusted to how much money I currently do make. I don't think I would be, flying around the world or whatever. Like I went to Australia. If I don't have a lot of money, I'm not going to do that. It is what it is.
I think to be able to retire where we are in Los Angeles, you need about $5 million minimum to have an income of, let's say, $125,000 a year after tax in California, 90, which is a pretty reasonable salary for where we are. So that's $5 million that would need to come somewhere and need to be invested to be able to give you those returns.
See, even with the SB IRA, I still don't have a credit card, by the way.
No, I think we talked about this.
I know. I still haven't got one. Even with the SB IRA, like I was reluctant at first to get it. I didn't want to get it at all because I thought that it was like cheating, kind of, because like then I am technically accumulating capital, but like there needs to be an appropriate government substitute in normal circumstances, and there isn't one. Like there is no Social Security is basically nothing, and then beyond that there is no pension structure in the field that I'm in. But even if there was a pension structure, it's not.
Social Security is basically nothing. It keeps, I think, 2/3 of the people on it out of poverty. 2/3 above poverty line. Maybe it's nothing to what it's currently making. I thought it. Fuck. Average Social Security benefit for Americans retiring was $1,700 per month. The federal poverty threshold for a single individual was $12,000 or $1,083 per month. Okay. Keeps 2/3 of recipients. I thought it kept 2/3 of its recipients above the poverty line. Social Security benefits play a vital role in reducing poverty in every state. They lift more people above the poverty line than any other program in the United States. Without Social Security, 22.7 million more adults and children would be below the poverty line. Yeah, I don't know. It's not nothing. It's like
existent in most industries in general. So then it's like, well, I have no alternative, which is why I was forced to concede on that front. But beyond that, I think I will go at it for as long as I can. And when I am no longer able to, then I'll figure it out.
But even the money that's just sitting in your bank account, I'm assuming like it's probably more in alignment with your morals to be putting that in an index fund or something like that.
Well, I mean, like I said, I usually give it to like I will buy things for my family instead. Like, so I don't have a lot of money sitting in my bank account.
That is fascinating. This is like, I mean,
It's so
we've never
opposite
talked to
of-
anybody that does that. I mean, it's generous. It's very generous.
You could spend it on us. Listen,
Man needs a new pair of shoes.
We
That's what
go
he
to
needs.
Fogo de Chao. We could go there.
Fogo de Chao is
yeah.
your... See, that's the thing, like...
What's wrong with that?
No, God, Fogo de Chao
That's all you
sucks.
can eat, though.
Last one... No,
Do we
I
need to
can't.
boycott them? Did they do something wrong?
No, they just... I think that
The
Fogo
meat
de
is
Chao...
unethically sourced?
No. I love eating meat. Don't get me wrong. There's some really good restaurants with like really high quality meat that isn't like, you know...
Shout out some restaurants right now for the people watching.
No, actually, I don't want to.
You don't
because
want to out
I'm
yourself because
gatekeeping.
you go there?
Oh, no. I will... If I go to a nice place, if I go to a nice restaurant, I'll talk about it. What, dude, this is the way I see it is like that's what the money is for. What the fuck else am I gonna do with
But
it?
no, why not donate it? Why not just give it?
I do.
Give it to people.
What do you
Instead
donate
of,
to?
like-
What charities?
Oh, okay. I do a lot of fundraising initiatives, and every single time I do, I'm donating like 50 grand, 100 grand here and there. It's strike funds across the country, abortion funds. We did a fundraising for releasing aging prisoners, releasing aging persons from prison in New York, abortion funds in the South. It's just Ukraine.
Sure.
Raised a lot of money. For earthquake relief in Turkey and
Yeah.
Syria. That was like almost, I think it was like $2 million, I think. And then same for Palestine, for Palestinian charities. So here and there, whenever I'm doing fundraising, like I will also put in my money as well into
So,
fundraising
I'm
initiatives.
curious, what criticisms of you do you think are fair?
Give me the criticism, and I'll tell you if I think it's fair or not.
Well, I'm guessing you're aware of all of the criticisms that people.
Yeah,
criticize.
I mean, but
Do you
But
think
what
anything stands out
criticism
as,
coming
like-
from you? Maybe you're not even criticized on it publicly, but you think it's fair.
I get angry a lot. I think I get very emotional and I get very passionate and I get baited too
very passionate.
frequently by people who want to get a clip off. Like
That's annoying.
that sometimes opens up an environment for
They didn't actually like talk about it. Hasan doesn't invest in the stock market because he doesn't think firms should be allowed outside ownership. At least if he's a real socialist, that's what he should believe. That's what a real socialist should believe. But I want to know. This is a fucking... it's terrorisminfo.org. It's not really a reliable site. Aircraft targeted cover. 3 depositors. Blah blah blah. So what do they go over? I don't see an activity in Janine. Reacting to the IDF presence in Judean scenario. Iranian militias in Syria. Or this is already in this periodical studies. What is this? Oh, that's periodical studies. Okay, I don't know what to do. Fuck, we gotta. There's more shit I can read, but. Okay, we'll read this later. Okay. Is Zach still here? You can play Fallout 3 now. We gotta download shit. Man, fucking riveting. Let's go to twerk break. Well, I'm gonna throw this Pepsi away. I'll be back. No way, successfully installed. Oh shit, it's loud. Ultra high quality, no way, let's go. Oh, I should have checked what mods I need first. Hold on, let me just check. Really what I should do is just take. Definitive mod list for Fallout 3. What is this? Where are the funny mods? I need funny mods. Games for Windows Live Disabler. I don't know. We'll see if I need any of these, but I don't think they. I want the fucking Gorilla Golf Club mod that Fallout 4 has. Okay, I've never played Fallout 3 before, just so everyone knows. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Skip. Oh, why is it? Oh, it's so fucked. First of all, my sensitivity is like way up. Second of all, I can't adjust. Oh shoot, I forgot. I probably need to do it in a launcher, don't I? Okay, I need it. This is not windowed. Why can I only do that? It's gonna... I can't play the game like this. What the fuck? This sucks. Okay, hold on. I might need to do this then. Move this over here. But then... have this. Okay.
One,
there we go.
A conversation, maybe a debate with one of the most prominent streamers on the left, Destiny. 2, the New York hush money trial against Donald Trump, the biggest campaign advertisement. So, you know,
what the fuck? What the fuck?
1. A conversation, maybe a debate with one of the most prominent streamers on the left, Destiny. 2. The New York hush money trial against Donald Trump, the biggest campaign advertisement in history, but for Joe Biden or Donald Trump. And 3. Now, #1 overall pick in the WNBA draft, Caitlin Clark's salary has been revealed. Just over $300,000 over 4 years. That's left people like Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback Russell
My
Wilson
mouth is
saying
just
these
gone.
ladies deserve more. But does Russell Wilson understand economics?
Okay, whatever.
It is the Will Kane Show, streaming live at foxnews.com, on the Fox News YouTube channel, the Fox News Facebook page, and always on demand, wherever you get your audio entertainment, at Apple or Spotify. Just hit subscribe, or on YouTube, right under the live description, the text description of this live show, hit subscribe to the Will Kane Show. You can get down, for example, to the brass tacks of the Trump trial in New York City. We broke down what you need to know with law professor and Fox News legal analyst Jonathan Turley yesterday. Plus, you can get exclusive interviews like those with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson or Tony Robbins
Dwayne
by
"The Rock"
hitting
Johnson.
subscribe to the Will Kane Show. Today, we have something unique, something that I would hope would be all the more common, and that is we have a conversation with someone from the left. In fact, he's one of the most prominent streamers from the left. He has almost 1 million subscribers on YouTube. He was previously incredibly successful on Twitch. He has gone viral for debates with the likes of Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens, Piers Morgan and Tommy Lahren. And he is joining us today here on The Will Kane Show. So let's get started with story number 1. Stephen Bunnell II, otherwise known as Destiny, is joining us now on The Will Kane Show. There's already a comment from someone named Pembroke here asking or saying, "Oh my God, Destiny at Fox News. That was not on my apocalypse bingo card." So, Destiny, welcome to Fox News.
Hey, thanks for having me.
How does it feel to be in the belly of the beast? You made it all the way to New York City, and you walked into 1211 Avenue of the Americas. You made it to the 15th floor, and you're sitting in a studio at Fox.
Feels amazing, you know? Just waiting to work my way up to... what? Never mind. I'm excited to be here. It's fun to be here, yeah.
Work your way up to what? To Hannity? Work your
bigger,
way up to Newsmax? What do you want to say?
I was going to say to Sean Hannity, but I don't even know who works here anymore, because I know Bill O'Reilly isn't here and everything, and I don't watch cable news much anymore, so yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, whoever is still
well, listen,
here.
I don't know where this is going to go, and that's fine. I'm happy to see exactly where our conversation goes today. We'll talk about some of the news of the day. We'll talk about Donald Trump's trial in New York City. But let me just start with this, man. Tell me about yourself. Like, you have really risen. I think it would be unfair to say over the past couple of months, because over a decade now you've been successful streaming on various platforms. So, what is it about you that is so willing and interested in talking to people like me? You're willing to engage and debate, where so much of the attitude on the left is you shouldn't platform people that disagree with you. You shouldn't debate, because it gives credence to opinions that I would assume, at least in some cases, you and I will have very big disagreement, and you may even find abhorrent. So why are you so interested in debate?
I think there's 3 big reasons. I think the first one is that I grew up very conservative, and I come from like a debater type family. My mom is Cuban, and that whole half of my family are very much into shouting matches and screaming at each other. And afterwards, we're always cool, but that's just always been that kind of household orientation.
Conservative positions are pretty insane today. It's not that hard to
what a lot of conservative people think.
It's
not like they just hate ordinary people, or they hate women because of abortion, or they hate black people because of opposition to BLM or whatever. It lets me understand the opposing view a little bit more, so I can counter it better. Second reason is because I came up in a very kind of brutal online era where the people online were incredibly mean to each other. So that kind of gave me the ability to talk to people in a very kind of rough way. And I would say around 2016 on the internet, most of the online political conversation was either like Ben Shapiro, facts don't care about your feelings types, or like very soft people on the left.
Destiny. We're watching him debate conservatives right now.
I had an advantage there. And then the third thing is I have a really strong commitment, I think, to a lot of the core democratic liberalism ideas of freedom of speech and debate and marketplace of ideas and all that. So,
well, let's start with number 3. I believe you that you have a very strong commitment to free speech, and that being not just a fundamental principle of the left, but one would hope and one would think a fundamental principle of America. But it is one that seems to have been betrayed on the left. I mean, there's been an open embrace of censorship. And as we just talked about,
an open embrace
at
of
a more
censorship,
abstract level, just an unwillingness to hear from points of view that you disagree with, much less
this is
interact
Fallout
with
3.
them. What do you think's happened to the left when it comes to free speech?
I think that anytime somebody gets a lot of power in an area, freedom of speech becomes one of those things that can be used to challenge them, so they kind of don't like it. I think that freedom of speech is a thing that you have to protect for the unpopular side, obviously, because the popular side doesn't need those protections. People are going to challenge it anyway. So whether we're talking the left and kind of the hold that they have on a lot of culture, or whether we're talking about Donald Trump when he's the president and he wants to, sue media because he doesn't like what they say about him. I think that whenever people have a lot of power in a particular area, freedom of speech becomes a very threatening concept to them and that power. So they kind of want to stifle it as much as possible.
I totally agree. I don't think that either side ideologically has shown a historical consistency to the principle of free speech. It just so happens to be that the left controls almost all the mechanisms of power, certainly behind the scenes, and with that comes the protection of censorship. I would draw a distinction between Donald Trump suggesting he would sue the media in the case of defamation. It's probably impossible for Donald Trump to prove a defamation case. I mean, he's such a public figure. But I would think he'd have a legitimate claim in many, many cases about openly malicious and false statements towards him. I would distinguish that from, the government looking to impose upon private companies censorship when it comes to COVID or quote unquote election denial or whatever it may be. Those are two different approaches.
Quote unquote election denial.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm not aware of any time the government imposed on social media that they said they had to censor something. I think a lot of social media companies, I think in good faith, are trying to figure out how to navigate certain information environments, we'll say, where there's a lot of conflicting information coming out from a lot of different sources, and people are trying to figure out what is their responsibility to society, what are the ways that they can conduct themselves to keep people safe and healthy while still respecting, like user-generated content and everything else. So I think COVID was genuinely a very challenging time for people figuring out what it is they wanted to support or what they believed in or the types of values they should uphold, and then how that was competing against things like concerns over public health and whatnot.
But you don't think, Destiny, for example, what was revealed from guys like Matt Taibbi in the Twitter files, that the government leaning through the FBI and other mechanisms, leaning heavily on social media companies, Twitter for one, but we can also know that it was Facebook and others, to take down content. You don't think that crosses a First Amendment barrier of the government interfering with free speech?
From what I saw, no. I highly encourage people to read the Twitter files if they actually think that, but I didn't see anything like that. There were times when the FBI, Twitter was working a lot with the FBI, for instance, and saying, oh, do you think there are spam accounts or do you think they're bad accounts? But there were times when the FBI was submitting, over 100,000 accounts that they had flagged as being malicious or bots or Chinese or whatever. And I don't think Twitter banned any of them. So it didn't seem like if Twitter didn't comply with the FBI, it didn't seem like it was a whole bunch of pressure there. It was more just the FBI saying like, hey, this might be a thing, check it out. And when it came to, for instance, that I think it was the New York Post, right, that had that story about Hunter Biden, we got all the leaks from Twitter, from the emails where they were debating internally, how do we handle the story? What should we do with it? And none of that was like, we need to do this because the FBI is coming after us. It seemed like genuinely a lot of employees that were really trying to figure out what the right thing to do was.
Yeah, but that's the soft power of government. If a cop comes to your house
soft power,
and says,
really.
hey, you really should start behaving in XYZ manner, it doesn't really matter what the law says. The implication is the power of the cops will modify your behavior. And while the FBI wasn't perhaps saying directly take this down, their suggestion came with an implication of power behind the scenes. As Congress, for example, or the DOJ, as part of Congress, looked at different ways to begin to regulate social media. Facebook runs in fear of regulation from the government.
There's soft power everywhere. You can have a discussion about that, but if that's the case, what what harder soft power than the president implying that the media is the enemy of the people and he should be able to open defamation suits if they're publishing stuff about him that he finds defamatory? I mean, we're going to talk about soft power, considering the FBI never took any legal action or anything or official action against any of the social media companies for not banning suggested accounts. I would argue that the soft power of the president of the United States declaring the media an enemy of the people and then threatening to open up defamation lawsuits against them or threatening to suspend the Constitution to search for voter fraud and stuff like that, I think those are far more scary breaches of norms and utilization of soft power to have like a chilling effect on public discourse.
What do you, I mean, you yourself, weren't you banned from Twitch for having conversations? And I understand it's a private company. Now we're moving beyond governmental influence into just the cultural embrace of the idea of free speech. Which by the way, is a huge part of America. It's not just that it's guaranteed by the government, but that we as a culture have generally understood the marketplace of ideas is what's healthy for a society. You yourself were censored, I think kicked off of Twitch.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree, obviously, but they're a private company. They have the right to do it, yeah.
But you think that's a problem? I mean, I saw conflicting reports on why you were kicked off. Was it because you hosted Nick Fuentes? Because you said something about trans athletes?
I
don't know why you were kicked off.
It was a lot of debates with trans people at the time. There are multiple ways in which you could talk about freedom of speech, and I'm glad at least you pointed out there's a difference between like the First Amendment, restricting the government from creating laws abridging your right to freedom of speech, but there's also private companies and how they approach freedom of speech too. I think that private companies should be relatively open to a lot of different ideas, within whatever they feel is appropriate for their platform. I guess Twitch feels like the type of speech that I embody is not appropriate for their platform, so they decided to go in a way that doesn't include me. Obviously, I disagree with that. I disagree with that pretty heavily, but I mean, that's a fight that you have on either the personal, professional, or cultural level, which is a whole different beast than the government level.
I'm curious. I'm just going to follow my curiosity because I don't know anything about this. I said you are extremely successful on YouTube. You were extremely successful on Twitch. Was that a huge financial setback for you to be banned from Twitch?
Yeah, it was pretty significant, yeah. But I've always kind of diversified my revenue streams because I know that depending on the topics you talk about, you can get into hot water. So I don't like to restrict what I'm saying or restrict the topics that I approach just because of who's paying me money. So I always make sure to kind of have my fingers and everything or to have different revenue stream setups so that if I lose one, I'm not completely out of commission.
And you're killing it, right? I assume you were as well, killing it on Twitch.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm asking that out of curiosity because I don't know. The streamer economy seems to be something that is, probably for the 1%. And you were and probably still are in the 1% of streamers. But I mean, we're talking about serious money, a serious business, streaming.
Yeah, I'd say 0.1%. Yeah. No, yeah, I do very, very well. I'm very successful. I'm very lucky. I'm very happy. I'm grateful for my fan base. I'm grateful that I grew up in a country that allowed me to have these conversations and pursue, all the things that I did. And arguably, only in the United States could all the opportunity that I've had exist here. So yeah, I'm super happy about how my life has turned out so far. Yeah.
So that's a good place to, so, you say you grew up on the right in a conservative household. I think one of the most fundamental philosophical debates right now,
I can't
divides the left and right. Once we get beyond sort of the news of the day and the important but specific disagreements we have, I think that at least on the right, and I'll share with you this point of view, which you say you probably already know, one of the divides seems to come down to the very nature of the United States. You just spent some time praising the United States, but there is at least a big sentiment on the right that the left has fallen out of love with America. They just don't love whatever is essential about America that's made it a unique experiment on the world stage. I already see you kind of rolling your head back and forth. You disagree with that? You think the left still loves the idea of America?
Absolutely not. I agree with you that there's a huge problem on the left with not having love for this country, with only looking at the negative aspects of it, and I think it's incredibly sad. But unfortunately, because there are different things I could look to the left for, and there are different things I could look to the right for, and be like, listen, we're all kind of crazy, but there are some things I rely on some sides for. And, the left obviously has no love for, country, military, anything like that, but the right has a had respect for things like rule of law, or had respect for, like the integrity or honor of our country and some of our large businesses. I could rely on the neocons at least for that. And it feels like, unfortunately, that kind of like populist undercurrent has swept away a lot of what I thought used to be kind of admirable from the right. For instance, I know these are going to be really prickly topics, but I personally, okay, I'm on the left. I'm a huge proponent of capitalism. I'm a huge proponent of globalism. I think that
Wait,
the
Jesus,
vaccines
hold
that
on.
the United States spearheaded is like the ultimate example of the union of government. It was Donald Trump and his Warp Speed program that pushed that as quickly as possible. It was capitalism. It was U.S. business and innovation that manufactured stuff or did the research and development. It was globalism. It was us working with BioNTech in Germany.
It won't go away.
Those nanolipid particles.
There you go.
It might have been in Norway or Denmark. Like all of this was a really cool thing. I think that came together with a lot of different forces. But because of how politicized everything is today, the right won't even take credit for when America does something well. And then obviously the left won't take credit for a lot of things the United States does well. I personally don't like Elon Musk or his politics a lot. I really don't like his politics. But man, the rocket stuff, it was really cool. SpaceX is really awesome. Watching the things come back to Earth is so sick.
Following this
And,
lecture
regardless
giving
if you think
sounds
Teslas
like
are
attention
not the best
servitude,
car or not the best build quality,
buy-in,
or, Q&A problems or whatever.
Text X, what?
The Tesla cars have probably pushed forward electronic vehicles by like 10 or 15 years at least. I don't think anybody denies that. So yeah, I don't like that the politicization of every single topic has made it so it seems like neither side right now is willing to acknowledge anything good about the country.
Okay. Well, I saw a video of you saying that you fall into the trap of destruction a lot, and I can sympathize with that, meaning you can tear down someone else's argument. I can sympathize with that. I spent a lot of years, Destiny, on ESPN, and I remember there's this commentator. He's a play-by-play guy's name is Joe Tessitore, and he has this really distinct delivery and voice. He said, Kane, you are a counterpuncher. And I'd go against Stephen A. Smith, and I'd hear his argument, and it would be very easy for me to, humbly but accurately, it would be very easy for me to destroy Stephen A. Smith's argument. But that's different than making a positive argument that is looking for a solution, or just one that forwards a case without looking to tear down someone else's. So I want to do this. You said a lot in that answer. You talked about the populist right. You talked about the vaccines. You talked about the private industry, and you talked about the left. I want to see if we can dig into all those. Let's start with the left. So you said the left does have this underlying, lack of love for America. Let's talk about why for a minute. To me, it's like, a woman who always says that she loves you, but she fundamentally wants to change who you are. At some point, it's like, well, do you really love me? If everything about me you want to change, what is it about me that you love? That's what I think often about the left. They have this utopic vision of the future that totally distances itself from what made America as an experiment unique. It sees America as racist, as flawed, as bigoted in every fashion, as misogynistic. And because of that, I think, the left looks constantly across waters to Europe or someplace else as some better model with, I think, very little firsthand experience or even academic understanding of what works or doesn't work in those countries. That would be my diagnosis of why the left doesn't love America. Why do you think it doesn't love America?
I think that people in general have a very hard time seeing shades of gray, and this applies to all aspects of life, not just politics. It could apply to personal relationships or work colleagues or whatever. And I think that America has a history that has problems and issues and things that we've done poorly, things that we've done horribly, whether we're talking foreign intervention, whether we're talking domestic policy, obviously things like slavery, falling into things like Jim Crow. And I think that when you look at the messy history of the United States, and really of every single country on the planet, it's easy to look at the bad things and think that because of those bad things, everything is bad. And I feel like the left falls into that trap a lot, where when you look at the past and you see issues or problems in the past, it's hard to give credit for the things that are good, and you only fixate on the things that are bad. And then going forward, people do this weird mind trick where they start linking together too many what should be discrete ideas of like, oh, America's a good country, and they hear, oh, America did nothing wrong. Like that's what people hear when you say that. So I just think there's this, it's this fallacious tendency to link everything together, and you can't accept that like, oh, we have a really awesome country, and we've also made some big mistakes in the past, but we've moved on from them, which is like really cool, and we continue to grow and learn. Yeah.
Also, by the way, that we've made mistakes in the past and everyone acknowledges what those are, but we still remain the most successful experiment in a mass civilization in human history. I find this very similar to the racism debate. So, if you take any singular particular case, I don't know, we could talk about Michael Brown or whichever one, and you start pushing back on the facts of that individual case. Well, this doesn't add up, hands up, don't shoot, witness testimony, that didn't happen. Before you know it, you're running at 100 miles an hour and somebody says, oh, you don't think racism exists. And I didn't say that. But if I push back on the specificities of one particular incident, you extrapolated it into this entire thing about what I believe about America. And I think the left has done that. They've extrapolated out our sins into an indictment of the core of the country. And by the way, with that, not understanding kind of what I think you hinted at, every country, every experiment in human civilization has dealt with tribalism, racism, and quite honestly, slavery. Every single one. There is no perfect society that managed to escape that I don't know if it's instinctual. I don't know if it's an instinctual, habit that humans have gone to at various times, but every single civilization has portrayed those mistakes and those weaknesses. So did America. The question isn't what defines us as our mistakes, but what makes us unique on the good. And I think that evidence is just overwhelming.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Although I think the problem we run into now is people aren't really sure. Like you brought up earlier, that people on the left don't know what made this country great. I'm not sure at the moment if anybody knows what made this country great. It feels like everything's become so political, and people are living in completely different factual realities now. You know, you bring up the Michael Brown case. There are a lot of those BLM cases where when you to dig into the facts a little bit more, you're like, this is a lot. There's a lot less a sure thing than I was originally led to believe. But I would argue that similar stuff happens with, say, like the Trump indictments, where people have a very strong opinion about a thing, and then when you ask them questions about, like, well, do you know anything about like the electorate slates, or do you know anything about, any of the particular facts of the case, people are like, well, I didn't hear about that, or I don't believe that, or even if you're telling me that and it is reported, the indictments are rigged and corrupt, and the DOJ is rigged and corrupt, and I don't believe any of that except for when they indict Hunter Biden, I believe that, but when they indict Trump, that's not real, and when they investigated Trump and Mar-a-Lago, that's not real, but when they investigated Joe Biden, that was real, and I don't like. Everybody is so that the epistemic, the truth factor has become inextricably tied to your political positions, such that people are only willing to accept political truths that, or fundamental truths that like jive with their political opinion, and I think that's a huge problem on the left and right now. We live in totally separate realities.
Okay, by the way, I don't disagree with that. We live in totally separate realities. It's like we're watching the same movie screen but seeing two different movies. And I'm not going to forget, and I am going to come back to your challenge of the populist right and your praise of the vaccine, but I'm going to stay here for a moment because you kind of opened the door to some specificities. Let's do this for a moment. Let's talk about the most recent specificity, and that's Donald Trump in New York. So first of all, let's start broadly. Do you not believe that there is a form of lawfare taking place against Donald Trump?
Oh, no.
We should have the conversation in 6 months. Of the 4 cases against Donald Trump, I don't like the New York one. I think the other 3 are pretty strong. The 2 federal ones for sure, and the Georgia one I think has a lot of merit. The New York one is what it is. I don't think it's the worst case of the world. I think that if it was against Biden, I think that if Biden was using his money during an election season to pay off somebody to, ostensibly benefit him in the election, I think that conservatives are making a really big deal about it. But I don't have like strong.
Well, but the question isn't. The question isn't what conservatives would say on the internet. The question is whether or not the Department of Justice or the legal system, in this case the Manhattan District Attorney, would pursue the charges. And we have a one-on-one comparison. It's not Biden. It's John Edwards, who was a Democrat, who had an affair, who paid off the affair. The Federal Elections Commission and the Department of Justice looked into it and said, no, it's not there. It's not a strong case. In fact, no, they did pursue it, and they got poured out. It was immediately dismissed, which led, in this case, the DOJ and the Federal Elections Commission to look at this case with Donald Trump and go, we can't win this. This is weak. And they passed. It took a politicized DA in a politicized jurisdiction, meaning the electorate there that will make up the jury. It took that to bring misdemeanor charges that have passed the statute of limitations, charge them up to felonies, and try to get something, which he may get. He may get a very left jury to end up with the result of convicted felon Donald Trump. But that doesn't mean the case is good. It'll be won on appeal. And that leads everybody to go, with specificity to your point, understanding the facts, go, this is nothing but political. It's nothing but lawfare to affect an election.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's nothing but political. The federal government passing on some charges that a state decides to go after isn't the most surprising thing in the world. Federal cases tend to be airtight. They have, isn't it like a 97% conviction rate on charges that they bring forth to people? So it's not surprising that a state might be more willing to explore something that a federal government might not. Also, in terms of turning the state charges, the misdemeanors into felonies, I mean, there is a legal process by which they do that, and that's if the misdemeanor was done in the commission of another crime, which here I think had to do with election.
What crime was it?
I think my understanding, this is the only case that I study in depth, but my understanding is that the commingling or the utilization of a campaign donation that doesn't get reported properly, that's essentially what the Cohen payment was. And if the bookkeeping error was done, ordinarily it would be a misdemeanor crime, which are correct, the statute of limitations would have passed. But if that bookkeeping error was done in order to hide a campaign donation that went unreported, then the bookkeeping error would have been done in the commission of that crime, which makes the bookkeeping crime a felony, which is how they got the upgrade.
Well, this is where I have to outsource.
Sure.
This is where I have to outsource some of my facts. I mean, Jonathan Turley, who was on this show, on the Will Cain show yesterday, said that it was reported within the next quarter. And by the way, you talked about the feds and the state choosing different things. Well, that's usually driven by jurisdiction. It's not the jurisdiction of a Manhattan District Attorney to look into federal election law crimes, especially when the Federal Election Commission has looked into it and said no. And in fact, Bragg hasn't even specified. You and I are talking about it, and people are saying,
I feel like that is,
as far as a federal
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't know, but like states are allowed to do a lot of shit when it comes to like deciding how their elections are done, even for federal elections.
I guess we'll find out when it comes. This is the only indictment I didn't read. I hate that this is the one of the 4. Like I said before, I don't like this case personally. I think the Mar-a-Lago one is very strong. I think the other federal, Jack Smith's case, the big federal one is big, and I think the Georgia one has already turned out, I think, good convictions, plea deals essentially already. But I don't know. The New York one I'm not fully sold on, but I don't know. Maybe as the trial commences, maybe
I totally respect. I respect when someone says I'm not fully read in on this particular one. But I think the takeaway, Destiny, is if this one is so weak, it's just such a good illustration that what is being done here is not a true pursuit of justice. And by the way, most people think the Mar-a-Lago case is the strongest, but even then, not the strongest case in the world. The Jack Smith case, as we speak right now, the Supreme Court is hearing arguments on January 6th defendants on the obstruction of justice law and whether or not it applies to people rioting at the Capitol. But the point is, what the Manhattan case illustrates is none of these are pursuit of justice. They're all a pursuit to try to tar Donald Trump before an election, because polls suggest if you can say Donald Trump convicted felon, you might swing some independent voters.
Could it not be that they think that he committed legitimate wrongs as well? I can understand
I've
it's
seen you
hard to
tweet this.
separate. What?
Well, no, I've seen you tweet this. You said, look, it could be that one guy broke the law more than the other guy.
Yeah. It could
that
be that
also
they
requires us. Go ahead.
I was going to say, it could be that there is a strong feeling from Braggs that he really does feel like Trump committed a grave error here, that, you did lie about your bookkeeping stuff, and you did do it in order to influence this election, and that's a big deal. I mean, whether or not that's
a huge benefit of the doubt.
It is, but I mean, here's the thing. Republicans historically have always been strong defenders of right to own and bear firearms and big proponents of the Second Amendment. I enjoy the Second Amendment a lot. I just got a sick new pistol 2 days ago. I really like shooting guns. However, man, Hunter Biden catching... What was it? That was a conviction for lying on a 4473 because there was a video of him doing drugs and owning a gun at the same time. I don't know if there's ever been a federal charge like that in the history of all of going through 4473s in my entire life. But nobody seems to care about that because it's Hunter Biden, even though it's like a gun thing. So, I mean, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt unless they've shown me a lot of reason why I shouldn't give them the benefit of the doubt. And I will agree that in New York, Braggs has said things in the past where it's like, man, you really should shut up. You really shouldn't be saying, these types of politically charged statements about wanting to go after Trump or whatever publicly. I'm not gonna die on the hill of defending that New York case, but I do try to give the benefit of the doubt where it's possible. And it could just be that he really does feel like something wrong is happening. And if he hasn't, and you know what, if it's BS, I hope that Trump wins in court. I hope he beats it.
Okay, let's put a pin in this, because I think this comes back to something else I want to talk to you about at a broader level. Because my contention is it's a symptom of a DOJ that has been politicized against a single man, or for better yet, I mean, even broader, I think against a certain ideology.
Well, it can't be that, right? Because the DOJ said they wouldn't do anything here, right? This is New York State, right? For this case.
Yeah, fair point. The others, the Mar-a-Lago case and Jack Smith case, DOJ. But you brought up Hunter Biden, and those were DOJ-related cases. But how about the justice system at large? But once we get down to the state case, then it's going to be different justice systems in different states, and I respect and appreciate that. But and we'll come back to this. The populist right, this is where we're going to tie this in for a minute. You don't like it, and you did tweet, or you said something like, I miss neocons, which is kind of a weird thing to hear, like 10 years removed from the left. I mean, Destiny, I appreciate the pivot in the movement of Republicans over the past 10 years towards populism. Less elitism, more in touch with the electorate, more concerned with the middle class, more concerned, I think, not just in rhetoric, but the everyman out there, the person who's getting censored on the internet in every way, and less interested in your appreciation of globalism, of I don't know, blurring lines and borders across this world. I just think that what we've seen is a healthier,
blurring lines and borders
Republican
across
Party
this world.
under the banner
Jesus.
of populism.
But I have a pistol.
There's no way you could think that. That can't possibly be true. I feel like there are so many fundamental things about the conservatives in the 2000s that I thought were defensible and maybe even good. Like one of those was supposed to be like a reverence for rule of law, like doing things that were legal. That was always one of the biggest defenses of our border, was like, listen, if you're going to come here, you should come here legally. It's important that people follow laws. And I feel like after January 6th, I remember before January 6th, the idea would be that if you saw people on camera fighting with cops, those are always leftists. They're BLM people. They're the crazy progressives. They're whatever. Like that was supposed to be. It was always supposed to be crazy people on the left. But man, past January 6th, and looking at how conservatives talked about the cops in the Uvalde, the Texas shooting, and then the general huge disdain they have now for all of our intelligence agencies, because apparently the whole government is poised against them. I don't know. It's really sad. Like, it feels like the respect for any sort of institution or rule of law is like completely out the window. You've got this nobody wants to give credit to any of our large businesses anymore, which for all their faults, like Facebook and Amazon, like it's cool, and Tesla and SpaceX, it's cool that America is the place where people come to make these huge businesses. It's awesome that these places are. Yeah, you can cut me off too. I can ramble forever, but
no, I'm not. I'm not going to cut you off.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah. When I say cut me off, I mean, if I
you're saying so much.
Yeah,
you're saying so much that I want to respond to in one answer. No, okay. Don't intermingle rule of law and respect for institutions. Those are two separate conversations. And for that matter, big business is a third wing of this. We'll stick with rule of law for a minute. I don't see Republicans have distanced themselves.
At the end of this question also, can you tell me what is something that you think the populist right likes about America right now? Not like they liked where we were, like, right? Yeah, but as you answer, I'm curious, like, what do you think the populist right loves about America or respects about America right now? I'm curious. Yeah, go for it.
I'll answer your question. I think the populist right loves the spiritual culture of what it means to be an American and doesn't commingle or confuse that with the institutions of America. I think the populist right understands that America is not a sitting body of representatives in Washington, D.C., but it's the small town businesses on the main square in Sherman, Texas, or it is the people in church or the people in communities, in people in charity giving back, or the entrepreneur that built this country, the risk taker. I think the populist right understands Americans, but doesn't confuse that with the government being America. And now that I've answered your question, let me put some of what you said back to you. Rule of law. I don't think the right has distanced itself from the rule of law. I think what it asks for is equal application of the law. And that's why we talk about Trump. That's why Hunter Biden comes in, or Joe Biden comes in. And you're right, there are perhaps more questions about cops on individualized basis, because you brought up Uvalde. But the real questions are about the equal application of law from institutions like the FBI, the CIA, and the Department of Justice.
Can I ask, you brought up before for the spirit of America, and I'm curious, Scalia once gave, I don't know if it was testimony, or for some reason he was talking to a panel in front of Congress, and it was a speech about a parchment guarantee. You ever heard this before? You familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. So for people listening, I guess Scalia basically talked about how the United States Constitution doesn't really provide for more freedoms than other constitutions. And if you looked, I think, for the documents relating to the founding of the Soviet Union, they had way more in the Soviet Union's documents. I don't think it was called a constitution. I wish I remember the words, but they had way more rights that were both positively and negatively guaranteed to Soviet Union citizens than what you could find in the Constitution. But then Scalia would talk about, however, in the Soviet Union, that didn't matter. The institutions didn't exist to guard those rights. The environment didn't exist to grant whatever positive or negative freedoms you wish you had as a citizen. That he called these parchment guarantees. And I agree with what you say, that in the United States, we're awesome because of our entrepreneurs, we're awesome because of a whole bunch of different things that make America a unique place. But I think that part of what allows this to happen are the institutions that we have. The idea that I can start a business and I can sell food to people, and I know the food is probably going to be safe. We have an FDA that regulates that I have the right to start a business and sell goods and services to people across state lines because the federal government says that everybody has to use the same currency. I don't have to worry about any weird interstate crossing the borders or doing anything. I know that if I do business internationally, there's a coherent federal government that negotiates in terms of trade and tariffs and everything, and they unilaterally can do that. I know that there's a lot of things that the federal government provides and ensures American citizens that allow us to thrive in the way that we do. As much as I love America, I don't believe that American stock is inherently genetically better than any other stock around the world. However, I think that the combination of all the people that come here to pursue what we have, combined with our institutions that safeguard and allow for that flourishing, I think it's that unique combination of things that have allowed Americans to flourish. And I don't think we could have gotten as far as we could have without our institutions. Yeah.
Okay, just to be clear, this is a great conversation. I'm going to address every point that you made. I didn't make the argument for an inherently superior genetic stock.
No, I'm sorry. When I brought that up, I wasn't meaning to imply. I'm just saying that I don't think Americans are intrinsically better than anyone else. I think it's a combination of both of the people here and the institutions.
Well, but you understand the existence. You understand the existence and the unequal value of various cultures. So one culture can be superior to another culture.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and so my argument is the American culture, and it's not a recent phenomenon. I think it is part of the whole identity of America, that it was founded by essentially that pioneer frontier spirit of risk takers and entrepreneurs and people that literally pushed west, is part of what still remains today. And that highly individualized view of how you build a society, family structure unit at its core, is what is unique in part to American culture. Let's go back to Scalia.
Yeah,
I love that moment. I know what you're talking about. He's testifying before Congress, and first of all, and I think you do understand this as well, you acknowledge this because you use the terms positive and negatives. There's no comparison. I mean, Scalia may have been tongue-in-cheek saying these things. There's no way he ever thought that the Soviet Constitution or the South African Constitution, which is based on, which Ginsburg praised, which is based on positive rights, is superior to a negative rights constitution like the United States.
Well, I think for the Soviet Union, there were negative, weren't there negative rights guaranteed for gender equality and there were a whole bunch of other things that we've gotten through Supreme Court decisions, I think. But yeah, maybe
I think it was mostly. What distinguished those constitutions from ours was the existence of positive rights. So in other words, you had a right to a home, you had a right to leisure, you had a right to a job. Those are positive rights, but those are inherently anachronistic to negative rights. You can't have both, because if you have a right to a home, somebody else doesn't have a right to their materials or labor. They're required to build you the right to a home. So the United States is built on negative rights, property being one of those, but freedom of speech that are granted by our Constitution's estimation by God, that does use the government as a guarantor of those freedoms, but it doesn't provide you things in a positive sense that the Soviet, and there was a couple other models like South Africa did so. But his point that he's making, Destiny, is, you can run off a wish list, he kind of holds it up, of different rights. And he said, it's a parchment guarantee. It's just on paper, because you didn't actually have that in the Soviet Union. Nobody got those things. But what he was making the argument, and I think my memory is correct as opposed to the way you described it, he wasn't making the argument for institutions. In that case, like the Department of Energy, the CIA, the intelligence apparatus, the Department of the Interior, as an enforcer of the Commerce Clause in order to ensure that Americans can actually live under these negative rights. He was making an argument instead about checks and balances in Washington, D.C. that ensures that no power is consolidated. He was talking about two branches of Congress, a judicial, a legislative, and an executive, all ensuring that no man, no group, no administrative state could interfere with the negative rights of Americans.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like these things can run concurrently in a lot of ways. I guess I would have to go back and re-listen exactly, but I think that inarguably, are the federal executive institutions or bodies I'm talking about come from the executive branch, and obviously there's a whole conversation to be had about how much power should the executive branch have in terms of things like the FDA, the Department of Energy, and all of that, versus how much are they regulated by Congress. I guess the point that I just want to focus on, or the point that I would really like to emphasize, is even if I take that Scalia was just talking about like the balance of powers in our government, which are another thing that I think Republicans are always be happiest to have existing at all points in time, although to be fair, the Democrats do as well. I think that the structure of the United States has been integral, essential in the thriving of America and the successes that we've had. That for as much as American culture might have contributed to things, American culture is largely existing within kind of the boundaries or borders that the American system, allows it to.
Yeah, but so my point is, I agree with Scalia. I think so he says in there, like, you can make all those promises, but ultimately in the Soviet Union, it was the party that decided what you got or didn't get or how it ran. In America, it's not run by the party. And so this ties into the conversation we're having about Trump, and you bring up rule of law versus my point of the equal application of the law. And you brought up institutions. So the populist right has lost trust in institutions. When I say institutions, I don't mean those separation of powers that Scalia is talking about, the branches of government that ensures no party takes control. But I'm talking about a permanent Washington administrative state that is there. And the bandwidth of differences, by the way, from Republican to Democratic administrations is largely narrow. And I think that's actually why Trump was so hated, because he represented a potential disruption to that narrow bandwidth that the administrative state ensures. Other people call this the deep state, but it definitely exists. No matter who's in office, there is a group of bureaucrats that run almost all those institutions that you love that ensure America is essentially on autopilot. And anybody that interferes, I think anybody that interferes on X with certain types of speech, anybody that interferes with an obstruction of justice charge, or anybody that interferes running for president will be undercut by that permanent Washington.
Okay, if I could communicate one idea, let's say that I agree with all of that. This would be the only thing that I would beg people to consider. When it comes to ordinary members in government, or when it comes to ordinary citizens, I genuinely believe, and I think you have to believe this. I think if you don't believe this, I think you're un-American, and I think that you have a pathology that has to be dealt with, okay? I genuinely believe that most people are trying to do the right thing. I think that fundamentally, when you look at the values, and we can talk about the gayest guy from San Francisco with the most ruralist farmer from Nebraska, on the fundamental values, I think most Americans broadly agree. We want to be able to be happy. We want to be able to be healthy. We want to be able to have our families, to work, to do our stuff. I think generally most people just want that. And then we fight around the edges on things like a lot of cultural issues or how high should our taxes be. I think that broadly speaking, I feel like most people are trying to do the right thing. I think if you approach it from that point of view, and you look and you see what's going on, the average conservative, not the people at the top, not the people over the court, but the average conservative says our election was stolen, okay? I don't think that person is thinking, I bet it wasn't stolen, but I'm just going to say this to cause mayhem and I want to, screw with everything. I think that they genuinely have questions of like, well, I saw videos with boxes coming out, or I heard that we weren't allowed to watch the ballot counting. Like, I have legitimate questions. Like, how is it the fact that somebody can send out an envelope, get one back, and we know that that voter is actually the one that filled it out if the ballot and the envelope are separated? I think these are legitimately good questions, and they deserve good answers. But the problem is everybody starts from this foundation of they're rigging it, they're lying about it, they're trying to destroy the country. And when you start from that foundation, nothing works. Because if we have any core value as Americans, it's the fact that we are so unbelievably different than each other, but we all manage to live under the same system and governed by the same laws, and we trade and do business with each other, live next to each other, and somehow society seems to work that way. 250 years, and it is continuing, hopefully for at least a little bit longer, yeah.
So you said something super deep that I'm not prepared to answer. I mean, you basically started with so look, I believe in Americans. I truly do. You did introduce sort of the Hobbesian versus Lockean view of man's essential nature. Is it good? And I don't know, to be honest. I don't know if man is essentially good or essentially flawed. But either way, that's where culture comes in. I mean, honestly, I think you're an atheist. I'm not sure. That may be what it said on your Wikipedia. But I think that's where religion comes in, that there are guardrails placed on humanity. In the best cases, those guardrails are placed willingly and voluntarily, culturally, to keep us within virtuous behavior. But I think this is going to be a good segue into some other conversations that we left hanging, and that is the vax and continuing on with the conversation of institutions. No. I think that Americans, with that inherent goodness, that all want something similar, I'm going to grant you that premise for the most part. I don't think most people are represented, by the way, on the internet. Whatever we see on X or wherever else. I don't think that reflects America. I think that people have lost trust in your institutions that you appreciate because those institutions have earned our distrust. So, for example, this is going to bring all these things together to some extent. You spent time early in our conversation praising the vax. Okay, now the vaccine has its pros, it has its cons, it has its flaws, it has its benefits, like anything else. Okay, that's the truth. And there's a lot of really earned skepticism towards pharmaceutical companies throughout their history on other products that when you apply to this product and the liability protections they've received, you should probably approach things with a level of distrust. You shouldn't come at this with like, rah, rah, America did this really quick. But more than that, Destiny, all of that censorship where we started that free speech conversation, the way the institutions behaved towards anyone that exhibited that skepticism or earned distrust, and we could apply this to voting as well in election, denial or skepticism. When you behave that way, and by the way, I think this would appeal to you. Like, here you are talking to me. You're debating, which shows an inherent level of confidence in what you believe, right? Or your ability to go back and forth with me. If you didn't come on, I think that would be a sign of insecurity. I think it is a sign of insecurity for people not to interact with people that disagree with them. So when our institutions go, shut up, you're censored, you're out, you're a conspiracy theorist, on all of these issues, elections or vaccine or whatever, it compounds the distrust, making Americans not crazy, but actually sane in reading the tea leaves of what's going on in America.
I agree with you. I think it's a really bad, or it was really bad, the way that things were handled during the pandemic, especially with all the companies deciding to follow suit, where they're like, hey, well, we're going to go ahead and just start shutting all this speech down. We don't want challenges to the vaccine. We don't want challenges to any of the COVID narratives. We're just going to have like basically the government story and everything else is getting banned and shut down. I think that was a huge mistake. However, I can understand an ordinary person having trouble sorting through the statements and sorting through the seemingly contrary positions at times of the CDC, of Fauci, NIH, of anything else. But I think that our job in the media is to sort through these opinions and find out, well, why are they saying what they're saying? And then it goes back to what I said before, where are they doing this because they're evil and they're trying to mislead us? Or is it genuinely people who are trying to figure out, like, well, what is the correct thing to say or do to maximize essentially the outcomes of the country, I'm trying to avoid super prickly issues, but I mean, when COVID came about, nobody knew what that was going to look like by the end of it. This was unprecedented. It was a massive worldwide pandemic. We hadn't dealt with something of this nature before. It was the most transmitted virus, I think, through all of human history in an incredibly short period of time. And you look at, like, a little island nation of Samoa. I was just reading about this the other day that I guess RFK made a trip there, was speaking to people that were, I'll be nice and say, vaccine skeptic there. And I think in the months after he left, there was like an outbreak of measles where like 83 people died. And people blame, before the government had made mistakes relating to how they communicated vaccines, or I think they vaccinated some kids and they accidentally mixed a muscle relaxant in with some of the vaccines, so some kids died. And instead of people thinking like, wow, the government is messing up, we should be skeptical, which by the way, as Americans, we are always government skeptical, and we should be. But instead of being skeptical, people immediately said, oh, we're not going to be skeptical, we just know that they're evil. And one of the truly tragic things is, for the vaccine stuff, when you look at the United States and what happened, I think there's a lot of really good conversation to be had about what should a lockdown look like, what should a vaccine mandate look like. But we don't have that conversation now. Now it's just, well, how much money was Fauci making when he was shoving the evil vax down our throats? Or, how evil are Republicans when they just want everybody to die because they don't care about anybody in the country? And that's like where the conversation starts and stops. Yeah, go ahead.
By the way, the mandate's a whole nother level to this conversation. By the way, did you say I don't want to go into prickly topics because you were concerned about Fox? Or
no, I try to ground everything I say in it as an example so that it doesn't seem like I'm just randomly talking. But if I keep bringing up examples that we disagree with, then I understand I'm getting further and further away from the point. So yeah, I'm trying to find agreeable.
No, what I thought you were saying, and I think you would be accurate to do this, is you want to be careful of prickly topics because this conversation right here might get censored, which I think goes to illustrate my point. Even like broaching this topic
conversation
as
might
we
get
stream on
censored,
Facebook
definitely.
or YouTube. We run the risk of it being flagged in some way, which is exactly the kind of conversation that we should be having, which again, distrust breeds distrust. And I don't know, we only have a little bit more time together, I think, but I have some curiosities I want to pursue with you. Okay. So you have in the past described yourself as a libertarian and other times a social democrat. What is your political philosophy?
I would say I'm probably social democrat, far left or center left, or if I'm arguing with people farther left than me, I'm a Nazi. I guess it just depends on who I'm talking to. But I'm a strong proponent of capitalism. I think markets are real. They need to be respected. I'm a big believer in the welfare state. I think that we need to do things to help people at the bottom, have opportunities to climb to the top. Any child that's smart enough to be educated well and go to a good college should never have a financial barrier. People shouldn't be homeless. That's insane to me in this country. But also there needs to be room for, private entrepreneurs, for people like Elon Musk, for people like Jeff Bezos to thrive and to succeed. So yeah, I'm a big believer in capitalism, but I think we should use a lot of those wins that the American economy generates in order to help the people at the bottom so that they can continue to succeed and be educated and contribute as well.
So I'm going to read you a comment that you posted on Twitter. You didn't make a rebuttal. You didn't make a rebuttal. It was actually somebody commenting about you, and you just said they characterized me like an anime villain. And this is somebody that posted on one of your feeds. In the first 8 minutes, Destiny said one of the few things that is truly relevant to understanding him. He believes in nothing besides what is more or less mainstream consensus thought, and that is how he has longevity. He twirls in the wind, dances on the wires, of course, of discourse. There is no destiny there, but some kind of abstraction. Listen, okay, that's going to be hard for you not to take as ad hominem, but I don't know you, so I don't know you, so I don't know if this describes you well or not. But I would say this, Destiny.
What is the point
I
of
think
it?
this describes
Bro,
a lot.
why did this
of
guy
the
go
modern left.
look
I
through,
don't know what
fucking his
philosophically
Twitter
or
replies.
principally ties the left in a coherent vision. It does feel very of the moment, so much so that Barack Obama probably would have been dismissed as a Nazi because of his positions on gay marriage or whatever you would choose. That it is. Progressivism by its very nature is like what's next and yesterday is evil. And it makes it feel like well, whatever's popular, whatever's blowing in the wind, whatever's mainstream is what's good. And I think in a lot of ways we look at it and go, that's how you end up in a place where you can't define what a man or a woman is.
I mean, if we were to play like a logic game, like do like an IQ test, we were to say, okay, what's more similar? On the top line, we've got Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and then we have Joe Biden. And then on the bottom, we've got, Bush, and Donald Trump. Who's changed more over the past like 3 presidents of their party? I think that Trump represents a significant departure from Biden. Was literally Obama's VP, right? I think Trump represents a significant departure. Well, sure, but I'm just saying in terms of like shared ideological foundation for lawmakers. I think that Biden is way more similar to the line of Democratic candidates or presidents than Trump is to any of them. There are a lot of things that Trump does now that I didn't know Republicans would ever stand for. My mom is very traditional.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, listening to her talk about Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky, and then listening to her defend Trump's comments, I'm like, man, really, Mom? You're okay with that? Or him attacking prisoners of war or POWs like McCain or like the military. I never knew Republicans would stand for that. I feel like Trump has done some stuff that's like, if you were to talk about like different ideas coming and going and whatever's popular, I feel like Trump represents that more than Biden right now.
But see, I agree there's been change. I like the pivots that Trump represents on Republicanism, meaning I like that there's more of attention to the working middle class. I like that there's some trade protectionism baked in. I like that there's a more dovish attitude toward war across the world. Meanwhile, Bill Clinton, there ain't no way he could be a Democrat. I don't care what he says today. The Bill Clinton of 1990s, there's no way he could be a Democrat in 2024.
I mean, probably, but I mean, literally every part of the old Republican institution has been completely thrown out, right? McCain and his daughter, all of the traditional Republicans that don't fall in line with Trump, like every single part of the old Republican establishment. I mean, look at the majority speaker positions in the House where the Republicans lost their majority speaker seat for almost a month. The Republican Party is tearing itself apart right now, trying to figure out, like, are we Republicans and conservatives? Are we just like people that follow Donald Trump literally wherever he goes? I think the Republican Party is having a much bigger crisis of identity right now than the Democratic Party is. I think that online it's weird because the left is very loud online and they seem like very crazy and extreme. But when you look at the actual lawmakers in Congress, it's more or less like it's farther left than it was, but it's kind of stock Democrat stuff. Like it's a pretty easy continuation of Obama stuff, but the Republicans, whew.
Okay, I want to ask you finally. I want to ask you about your personal life. I think you talk about your personal life, right?
I do, yeah.
Certainly
a lot of people do, yeah.
So tell me if I have it right. Bisexual, open marriage, but now divorced from the relationship that was an open marriage. Accurate?
Yep.
Bro, why are you bringing this up?
Do open marriages work?
Some of them probably do. Some of them probably don't. I've been in a lot of relationships.
That probably is carrying a lot of weight.
I mean, it might be, but the 50% divorce rate in the United States today among ordinary heterosexual ordinary marriage couples is also carrying a lot of weight. I will say also for my...
Is it 50 still?
I think
I don't know if it's 50 still.
Well, I keep saying it. I haven't been corrected on it yet, so I'm going to keep going with 50 until somebody says that I'm wrong. For my ex, I loved her very much. She was Swedish and I was American, so the only way she could live with me is if we got married. It wasn't as though like we went into the church and we were like, listen, I love you forever. We're going to be together forever. It was more like you literally can't even visit me unless we get married. So we loved each other, and I mean, you guys are the federal government. That's enough for getting married. So that was that. But then, I mean, obviously the marriage didn't work. But I mean, I've had a lot of ordinary heterosexual straight.
Did it not work because it was open?
No, I think it didn't work because I don't know how much you do media stuff, but my life is insane. I have a lot of crazy stuff that goes on, and I'm working constantly. Like I just flew into New York City today to do your show. I'm doing 2 more, and then I fly back tonight, and then I'm back to work. And yeah, I think my life is just very incompatible with any type of ordinary human relationship, everything at all. Yeah.
I mean, it's a joke. I mean, it's literally, I think, a comedian's joke. Like everybody like says, "Oh yeah, open marriage," but in the end, human beings are human beings, and jealousy is a constant. I
understand what you're saying, but I mean, like, man,
how.
right now, what's one of the biggest fights going on in terms of marriage is a guy that wrote an article about how happy he was that he was traditional. He was a virgin until his marriage, until his marital night, that he waited and dated one girl and did everything correctly. And he wrote that article posted on the Fox News website, I think 11 years ago. And now Steven Crowder and his wife are embroiled in one of the most brutal back and forth battles for custody of their children and for division of assets that the entire internet is witnessing right now. And that was like a marriage that was totally by the books. But nobody will attack that marriage and go, well, just because it was closed, these are the issues. So I understand that people disagree with my lifestyle choices. And you know what? That's great. And I'm glad they do. And they can even voice it because it's America. But it's also America, so we could live our lives and do different things. And yeah. Mm-hmm.
We touched on this. Do you? I said it. I didn't hear your response. Do you think the family is the functional, foundational element of society?
I would be hard pressed to think of something that is more fundamental than that, other than the individual, I guess. But yeah, families are probably the cornerstone. It's what gives us a desire to do anything for the future, right? Is for what we pass out to our children. It's what gives us a desire to structure our neighborhoods and our societies the way they are. Around educating our children, keeping them safe and everything. So yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
And I mean, if that's the case, then, and I'm not looking to debate you personally and your choices on whatever, but like if that's the case, then all these, approaches to open marriage or whatever, don't they disrupt that fundamental foundational element that builds society?
I mean, I think that it's important to understand why families are good for children, and then to make sure that if you're having a child and everything is working well, that those elements are respected. So, for instance, my ex and I might have had, like an adventurous life in terms of what we did together, or within our relationship or outside of a relationship. But I mean, if we would have had children, obviously the structure of that would have changed pretty significantly. There's not going to be crazy stuff happening in the home when we've got kids present. Life is going to change accordingly, as it always does when you have a child, or two, or three.
All right. So listen, man. First of all, I know you said you're going to do 2 other shows while you're in New York. I appreciate you flying up and going into Fox to do this. I appreciate the interaction, the back and forth. This was not necessarily the most pointed debate, where I know we would have vigorous disagreement on things. But if there's ever anything like that in the future, you're welcome to come here on the Will Kane Show, and we can have a pointed debate on specific issues as they come up, and they will come up. And you're welcome here. And I appreciate you coming on Destiny.
Cool. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. And yeah, I hope that everybody remembers there's really awesome, cool things that happen in this country that can only happen in this country. That's true today. It was true 10 years ago. It'll be true hopefully in the future. And yeah, we should focus more on those positive things and kind of work towards building them and critiquing them rather than just throwing everything out and saying it's all broken and we have to start over again.
Look at you. You're trying to avoid falling into your own trap.
I'm trying my best, yeah.
Creation is much more fun than destruction and harder. But
all right,
shit. Destiny, thanks so much for being on the Will Kane Show.
Thanks for having me.
All right, there you go. You can check him out, by the way, on YouTube. It's Destiny. I've got it right here. It's Destiny at YouTube and on Kick and on X at the Omni Liberal. He debates a lot of people, as we said in the outset of the interview. All right, coming up, the trial of Donald Trump in New York City will be one of the biggest campaign advertisements. It will swing an electorate. But the question is, who is it a campaign advertisement for? Joe Biden or Donald Trump? Next on the Will Kane Show.
God damn it.
It's time to take the quiz. 5 questions, 5 minutes a day, 5 days a week.
History, pop culture, science, sports,
all right.
Civics.
What the hell? Why did you have such a long outro? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Fuck, I still gotta fix my sleep schedule, but I don't know how to do that. Okay. Tomorrow's stream should be more interesting. But I woke up late today and I didn't do shit. I didn't prepare. What the hell? Why won't it center? Transform. Center. There we go. Okay. Good night, chat.